Welcome, everyone. Hi. Wow, that was great. Everyone became so quiet suddenly. Thank you. I'm Deborah Sheldon with the MAHA Institute. I first just want to thank everyone for being here with us today, and welcome to the members of the press. And I also want to thank those in the administration who are here with us. Thanks for devoting this time in your lives to public service. We are so lucky to have so many wonderful public servants. We're also, I think, very fortunate to be here for this moment of courage and change. As most of us gathered here know, the NIH once represented the gold standard for scientific and medical research. And for many decades, Americans, and the world for that matter, invested their trust in an NIH that had gradually given up its integrity and fell prey to a culture of corporate capture and bureaucratic lethargy. The decline of scientific prestige at the NIH that came into full view during the lockdowns did not happen overnight, but millions of Americans only discovered the problems during the COVID era when bad science was mobilized in the name of political tyranny. As many of us remember, just a few short years ago, something we cherish, science, was used to justify an attempted abolition of our fundamental individual, family, religious, and economic rights. But from the ashes of a discredited NIH came a true reclamation. This was not a reclamation that involved people like Anthony Fauci admitting their great malfeasance. It was a reclamation of ordinary Americans, men and women who wanted our nation to excel in science rather than weaponize it. This was and remains the foundation of a wider reclamation movement that states clearly, government cannot push mandates of any kind on us. Instead, we the people have a clear mandate to demand that our top scientific positions are filled by those practicing honest, innovative science that ultimately benefits us all. Today we'll hear from the talented, intelligent, and stalwart scientists and other reformers who've taken up the monumental task of making science at the NIH gold standard once again. When we talk about reclaiming science, we're not merely reclaiming it for the people attending this event or for those who have worked with us to build a new consensus behind gold standard science across all fields. We're reclaiming science in the name of the first principles of science: open debate, replication, reproducibility, dissent without fear of reprisal, rejection of groupthink, rejection of authority-driven dogma. We're reclaiming science in the name of the Hippocratic Oath and in the name of the First Amendment. These principles have been more beneficial to the cause of honest science than any other God-given right that our Constitution guarantees. Our distinguished keynote speaker today is someone who not only understands the scope of the challenge implicit in reclaiming science, but is someone who was reclaiming scientific truth at a time when few honest scientists were given a platform to voice their hypotheses and present their findings. At a time when the expedience of ideology took precedence over the rationality implicit in science, he remained consistent. At a time when many prioritized their careers over telling the truth, he spoke the facts that he could substantiate. When the President of the United States and Secretary Kennedy called upon him to reform and revitalize the most important public health research entity in the world, he decided to take the high road. And thanks to that, a second scientific revolution may be possible. Please join me in welcoming our NIH Director, the People's NIH Director, Dr. Jay Bhattacharya.
I don't normally get nervous speaking, but this is an amazing audience, and I'm so pleased to be here. I wanted to just start. I was going to start by rehashing how we got to this moment, but I wanted, before I do that, and I have to do that just a bit. I want to start with a message of hope, and that is that we are in a moment where we can really use the incredible ingenuity of the American people, of American scientists, and the NIH to address the health problems of this country in a way that we have not been able to do in the past. And to me, that is the main reason I actually agreed to take this job. To me, it was this, I had a comfortable life, well, comfortable until 2020. Being a professor, I was very happy. I got to teach students. It was great fun. But then I found myself in the middle of a maelstrom having to do directly with how science can change the lives of every single human being on Earth. The COVID pandemic, I think, was a watershed moment in scientific history, because I think before that moment, I think most people, most Americans, most people around the world had viewed science more or less as a source for unmitigated good, unalloyed good. The mission of the NIH is a mission of hope, and it's a mission worth actually achieving. It's to use the scientific ingenuity and the work of scientists to improve the health and longevity of people. That is a mission, I think, that is I think literally everyone in this room shares, everyone in this country shares, everyone in the world shares. And yet, during the pandemic, what we found was that the engines of science were used for social control, right? If you think back to the pandemic, probably the biggest sin of the pandemic was the idea that it's scientifically justified for us to treat our fellow human beings as mere biohazards. I mean, that idea is evil in and of itself, but when it had the imprimatur of science behind it, it was the root cause of so much of the upheaval that we saw during the pandemic. I mean, the pandemic would have been bad regardless. But if you attach to that this idea that scientists have the knowledge to order all of society, order your very interactions with your children, whether you can go to church, whether you can go keep your business open, whether you can go to the doctor, whether you can go visit your loved ones when they're in the hospital, or to watch them die, or to bury them when they do die. That the scientists somehow have the wisdom to tell you whether you can or can't do all of that. That is the root of the distrust that I think has led to this moment. And I mean, I think the thing that's difficult for me is that I do come from a scientific world, and I have devoted my life to science for the purpose of improving the health and well-being of people. And I see the promise of science. I still share that sort of naive faith. I don't even still know if it's naive, this faith that science can be a force for good. It has been a force for good for so long. And the NIH has been the center of that for so long. It's a century of scientific discovery where almost every single important idea in medicine and in biomedicine has at its heart and root some work that the NIH has done or supported. I mean, and so that's the difficulty for me. I feel that I'm in this position because I need to be a bridge between the distrust that is now in the population about science and medicine and gender during the pandemic, with good reason for that distrust, to a future of hope, where the engine of the NIH, the activities of the NIH actually translate over to better health for everybody. Let me talk about the MAHA movement for just a second, because I think it's really important to understand it. It's been the source of so much controversy, and part of the controversy has to do with the fact that it represents a seismic shift in the demands of the American people for the U.S. government to use its power and money for the purposes of improving health. Now, if you think about that as at a 30,000-foot level, it's utterly uncontroversial. And let me just say, this cry for help precedes the pandemic. If you go back to 2010 and you look at American life expectancy, American life expectancy has been more or less flat ever since 2010. Between 2010 and 2019, almost no improvement. A collapse that was during the pandemic in life expectancy that was much worse than many of many other countries that are similar economic category with us. Much worse than Sweden, which barely saw a drop in life expectancy at all for a year. And then just last year, we are finally back to just above 2019 levels. The chronic disease, and this is true for every socioeconomic group, every racial group. The promise of American science, which is to deliver huge advances in knowledge, have not translated over to better health for regular people, for almost everybody. The chronic disease crisis is at an absolute, I mean, I don't have the words to express it. The levels of heart disease, of diabetes, of the incidence of cancer, the Alzheimer's crisis, the crisis of the rare diseases, and as well as other diseases that often go, how do I put this? Often go ignored, where patients are gaslit because they have things like, chronic Lyme or ME/CFS or long COVID or vaccine injury, a whole host of conditions where scientists and doctors look at patients because we don't have excellent science to answer their questions and treat them as if they don't actually have the condition they have. Treat them as psychological diseases rather than with the compassion that they really deserve. And so that is the root of the MAHA movement. It's a cry for help for the American people to say, look, let's use the ingenuity of this country for the purpose of making America healthy. And so a lot of the controversy then has to do with the fact that the establishment has not come to terms with the fact that what we did before, the status quo ante, wasn't working. Okay, painted all the picture. It's all negative. It's all unhappy. But let me just say, things are very, very different now, and it's only been about a year, and there's been so many headlines and controversies that have happened in this year. But the transformation of the NIH, which you're going to see over the course of today with so many of the leaders across the NIH who have been leading this transformation, is starting to take hold. Before I became director, I asked myself what metrics, I'm an economist, I always had metrics involved, of course, what metrics I would use for myself to decide whether I was a successful leader of the NIH. So I just have a few. I'm trying to set a low bar. One, we have to make America healthy. We have to make America healthy. The life expectancy starts going up. Parents of kids with autism need to start to have answers for how to take care of their kids. We have to learn how to prevent heart disease better. We have to learn how to prevent cancer better and treat it better. We have to take the real advances in science that have been happening, it's just jaw-dropping advances that have been happening, and make them available and more inexpensive and accessible to the American people. Did you know that we have a cure for sickle cell anemia? Most people I tell this that just don't realize this. It's NIH-funded research that did this. You should clap on that, you guys. Okay, let me tell you though, it costs $3 million for a treatment. If it cost $30,000, $3,000, there'd be no more sickle cell anemia. It's a single gene problem to me as a medical student from the 90s, where that was an intractable disease that was never solvable. It looks like magic, but it costs $3 million. It's not so sexy as getting the cure for sickle cell anemia, but investing in science that reduces the cost of that treatment is transformative. And this is true for condition after condition after condition. We've invested in cutting-edge science. We've achieved so much, but we haven't invested in the things that actually make those huge advances available to the people of the world. at a scale that's actually affordable to the countries of the world without bankrupting them. And so, one metric is that we're going to solve the problem of making America healthy. Metric number two, and this takes a little bit of build-up. I'm sure many of you have heard of the scientific replication problem. A colleague of mine at Stanford in 2006 published a paper with the very audacious title, Why Most Published Peer-Reviewed Scientific Research Papers Are False. He said the word most. It's a 3-page paper, and after I read it, I was like very depressed because I'm a young scientist. I was a young scientist then, and I got to know this man. His man named John Ioannidis. It's a weirdly convincing study, and it, as you could probably imagine, caused a tremendous amount of controversy. At the heart of the argument of the paper wasn't that scientists are bad people or trying to commit fraud. It's that science is hard. Like learning about the physical world, learning how it actually works rather than how we wish it works, is a very, very difficult thing. And the engines of science to decide what's true and false that we have, which is the sociology of science, are not sufficient to actually distinguish true from false inerrantly. If you have a peer-reviewed published paper, that does not mean that you have the truth. This is something I had to overcome in my training. There's a sort of glamour to a peer-reviewed published paper, especially in a top journal. You read the paper, you want to believe it's true because it's typeset neatly. It has all of the equations in place that you want it to have, but that's not enough. Because we scientists get enamored with our own ideas. Science then is inherently a collaborative enterprise. And it's a collaborative enterprise that only sort of slowly starts to understand what the truth is. It takes a long time. One paper isn't enough. You can't count the papers. After that paper was published by John Ioannidis, there was a whole series of scandals that arose in scientific field after scientific field after scientific field. First in psychology, then in cancer biology, and then in neurobiology, where empirical analyses of papers, randomly selected papers in the field, where independent teams look at the same phenomena, trying to figure out if they agree, find a different answer. It turns out that drug developers, before they invest in their million-dollar trials, will invest first in doing replication studies of the peer-reviewed literature because they don't trust the peer-reviewed literature enough to make those big decisions. But if drug developers don't trust the peer-reviewed literature, how is it that doctors can trust the peer-reviewed literature enough to give confident advice to patients? How is it that patients can make confident decisions in their own lives if they're going to go look and see what does the scientific evidence say if the peer-reviewed literature isn't reliable? So the second metric, I want to launch the second scientific revolution. Let me justify why this grandiose vision, right? So the first scientific revolution, what you had, very broadly speaking, and there's going to be people who yell at me when I say it this way, but very broadly speaking, you had high ecclesiastical authority deciding what was true or false on physical science matters. And the first scientific revolution basically took the truth-making power out of the hands of high ecclesiastical authority for deciding physical truth, leave aside spiritual truth, that's a different thing, physical truth, and put it in the hands of people with telescopes. It democratized science fundamentally. It took the hands of power to decide what's true out of the hands of authority and put it in the hands of ridiculous geniuses, but regular people. And the second scientific revolution then is very similar. The COVID crisis, if it was anything, was the crisis of high scientific authority getting to decide not just scientific truth, which, like plexiglass is going to protect us from COVID or something, but also essentially spiritual truth, right? How should we treat our neighbor? Well, we should treat our neighbor as a mere biohazard. The second scientific revolution then is the replication revolution. Rather than using the metrics of how many papers are we publishing as a metric for success, instead what we'll look at as a metric for success, for successful scientific idea is, do you have an idea where other people looking at the same idea tend to find the same thing as you? This is not just narrow replication of one paper or one idea. It's a really broad science. It includes, for instance, reproduction. So if two scientists disagree, that often leads to constructive ways forward in science, deciding, well, look, there's some new ideas that may come out of that disagreement. It's not just, are you right or wrong? It's a reestablishment of science as a fundamentally collaborative enterprise. A lot of times what happens in science is that when someone comes to me and says, Jay, I want to replicate your paper, I view that as a threat. But it shouldn't be a threat. It should be seen as an honor, because my ideas are worthy of replication, worthy of being subject to replication. It's a fundamental change in how science works, so that so much of the frustration that I think many of the people in the room have felt with science can get addressed. It's not about getting papers retracted. It's not about getting rid of fraud. One way of trying to do this, people have proposed, is to go find out all the fraudulent actors and take them down. That's not constructive. The constructive way forward is to change our basis of truth in science to replication as the major basis of truth. We'll talk today extensively about how the NIH can contribute to that, but I just want to emphasize, it's a fundamental change in how science works that I'm proposing. The third item is to make science, and this is going to sound like somewhat contradictory, because replication is like checking the work of old science, right? Make science be willing to take big intellectual risks again. Big intellectual risks. A lot of the work in science is often just incremental. I was taught as an early career researcher that the best way to get NIH grants was to do the work, to think of an idea, try that idea out already, see if it works, and then propose the grant, because you typically would get your grants not funded if people thought your idea wouldn't work. And then with that money, then propose the next grant. Any scientists in the room ever have this advice given to them? I see some people smiling. It's an engine to make sure that every scientific project we do is only an epsilon beyond the frontier, because we're sure that it will work. I did an empirical study a few years back measuring how old the ideas that NIH-funded researchers were publishing. In the 1980s, NIH-funded researchers were publishing ideas that were at the frontier, 0, 1, or 2 years old. In the 2010s, we're publishing ideas, NIH-funded researchers typically published papers that had ideas that were about 7 or 8 years old. We've become much too conservative in the bad sense. We have made tremendous reforms in how we choose our scientific projects to move away from that. Because if we just stay with ideas that are just epsilon near the frontier, we are never going to make America healthy. We have to, and part of that is making sure early career researchers get the funding and the support they need. The science is increasingly grade, where if you are an early career researcher with a brilliant idea, I don't know if it's going to work, it's very hard to get that kind of support. It takes into your 40s before you get large grants at the NIH. We have to change that, because it wasn't always like this. Science needs to be refreshed with new ideas continuously for it to be successful. So that's metric 3. Let's think big in science again. I'm gonna stop with the low bar I've set for ourselves. But I just want to end with a sort of like sort of bragging about the progress we've kind of made already. We've had tremendous advances in achieving this agenda at the NIH, but science takes time, and the government is a huge ship that takes a little while to move. I'm so pleased about today, because I think you all in the room are going to get to see some of the leaders who've been pushing this agenda forward at the NIH. I've been absolutely blessed to have the chance to work with these folks that you're gonna hear, because what they have at their heart is all that I've been talking about, to use science for advancing health in a collaborative, open-minded way that doesn't take science as an authority to impose over you, but rather as science as a way to develop ideas that will actually make the lives of every single human being better. And we've made big changes at the NIH. We've heard, I'm sure you've all paid attention to the press around this. And what you hear is, oh, well, this project's been cut, this funding's been cut. Well, there hasn't been funding cuts. What's happened is a shift in the agenda to make science work for the people, especially the American people who fund us. It's a time of hope because it's a time of hope because with those changes, there are investments now made in order to make the future much brighter. What I see at the end of this process is a scientific establishment that has restored trust with the American people. I cited in my confirmation hearing a Pew study from 2024 that found that 1 in 4 Americans thought that scientists did not have the best interest of the public at heart. When I've told this to politicians, they say, well, I'd love to have a 75% approval rating. The problem for science is we have a much higher bar. A much higher bar. There should be, every single person on earth should believe that the scientists at the NIH are working for the good of them. There should not be a single person that doesn't believe that. And if we make America healthy again, we actually can achieve that. Right? That's the key to unlock the bridge from now I've mixed my metaphors. The key to solve the problem caused by the pandemic, the distrust caused by the pandemic, to restore the trust of the American people by actually achieving results that move health of the people forward, to get answers for people with all the chronic conditions that people get gaslit over, to actually reduce type 2 diabetes rates and increase type 2 diabetes survival, to prevent type 2 diabetes, to solve cancer, to really, with Tony the Tiger, we're going to win the war on cancer. So I think to address the health problems that American people have with excellent science, so that Americans view science as something that's working to achieve the good rather than achieve, what we saw during the pandemic, which is a mechanism of social control. All right, so I'm a professor. I could go on for another 3 hours, but I think I could probably stop. Thank you so much for your time, and I'm looking forward to the today.
All right. Well, thank you everyone for coming. I'm Justin Santapietro with the MAHA Institute. Thank you for traversing the frozen tundra to join us here today. This is a very exciting event. I think just the fact that this event is happening is testament to how different this NIH leadership is to its predecessors, and we're so grateful to have you all here today for what I'm sure is going to be a really great conversation. So I'll go ahead and do some introductions here. Since Jay was already introduced, I'll start with Dr. Matthew Mamoli. Dr. Mamoli is the Principal Deputy Director of the NIH. He briefly served as Acting Director from January 22nd to March 31st of last year. He's worked at NIH for more than 20 years, most recently serving as Director of the Clinical Studies Unit within the Laboratory of Infectious Diseases, part of NIH's NIAID. He previously served as a staff clinician in the same laboratory, and he's an internationally known expert in the field of respiratory viruses. He's won multiple NIH awards for his work and recently served on the Governor of Virginia's Medical Advisory Board from 2022 through 24. Dr. Mamoli is a graduate of William & Mary and received his Master of Science in Microbiology from Thomas Jefferson University. He completed medical school at St. George's University School of Medicine and his residency at Georgetown. Dr. Mamoli joined NIH in 2005 to complete his fellowship in infectious diseases. Dr. Nicole Kleinsturer on the end. She is the Deputy Director, I'm going to take a deep breath here, for Program Coordination, Planning, and Strategic Initiatives, DPCIPSI.
There's too many acronyms at the NIH.
There's a lot.
I don't think I could fix that, though. It's just too rooted in the culture.
In this role, she leads the division within the Office of the NIH Director, which oversees trans-NIH programmatic research and strategic policy initiatives. Dr. Kleinsturer is internationally recognized for her leadership in developing innovative, human-relevant research strategies that advance public health protection. In her prior role, she led an interagency and international efforts to promote new approach methodologies, reduce animal testing, and integrate computational modeling, AI, and systems toxicology into regulatory science. Her work spans translational bioinformatics, predictive modeling, and quantitative risk assessment. She's the author of over 150 peer-reviewed publications and received numerous honors. She got her BS in biomedical engineering from UNC Chapel Hill and PhD in bioengineering from the University of Canterbury. She is deeply committed to mentorship, public health protection, and scientific innovation that enhances the translational and biomedical research for real-world impacts. And finally, Dr. Anthony Latai is the director of the National Cancer Institute. He joined NCI as the 18th director in September of last year and previously served as professor of medicine at Harvard Medical School and medical oncologist at Dana-Farber Cancer Institute. Dr. Latai is a physician scientist whose work has helped transform cancer treatment and advance functional precision medicine. He received his Bachelor's of Arts in Physics from Princeton, his MD and PhD from the University of Chicago, and completed his residence in internal medicine at Brigham and Women's Hospital and a fellowship in hematology and oncology at the Dana-Farber Institute. So as you can see, we have an incredible lineup here today, so thank you all again for joining us. So Dr. Bhattacharya, you already sort of started with this panel is called NIH Then, and now you sort of touched on the then part, but I do want to go back to that period of time a little bit briefly. During the COVID era, many Americans came under the impression that Anthony Fauci was the NIH director because we saw him on TV every day for weeks on end. Right?
Some people still think that.
Yeah, some people probably still think that. When in fact he was in charge of just one of the 27 institutes and centers. Which is to say, there's a lot more to NIH than most Americans probably realize. So to start us off here, can you give us a sense of NIH's size, its structure, and its role in the federal government and biomedical research world?
Sure. So the NIH is the single largest public funder of biomedicine in the world. I think like 85% of public biomedical funding, just taking all, you include foundations and you include all the other countries in the world, 85% of the public funding for biomedicine comes from the NIH. It's about $50 billion a year, which is, it's a lot of money, right? And yet, there's estimates that for every dollar invested in the NIH, it produces $2 to $5 of like economic benefit and its mission, the fundamental missions, as I mentioned earlier, is to support research that improves the health and longevity of people. There's 27 institutes and centers. Before I became director, I sat down and memorized all of the acronyms for every single one of them. It's a daunting task. But the thing about that task is that if you look through what the activities are, nearly every single area of biomedicine the NIH touches, and in fact, not just the NIH touches, it leads. Almost every single biomedical researcher of note, not just in the United States, but almost worldwide, have had NIH funding or support or training or collaboration in some way. If you have gone to your doctor, if you've gone to your chiropractor, if you've gone to if you've ever been taken care of by a nurse, if you've ever gone to a pharmacy, the NIH has been part of that experience. Tony Latai leads the National Cancer Institute. Almost every single cancer medicine, every single cancer therapy, every single advance in cancer that has happened in the last 50, 100 years, the the NIH has been sort of at the root of. So it's way more than Tony Fauci. We're going to have the anti-Tony Fauci in a second, and in the next panel coming up. But but also in infectious disease. Infectious disease is the conquest of infectious disease, including the development of antimicrobial agents for bacterial infections, research into more effective ways of preventing infectious disease, treatments. At the heart of it is NIH investments. Immunology, the fundamental knowledge we have in immunology, part of which informed my thinking during the pandemic in fundamental ways, came out of, again, NIH investments. Nearly every single area of biomedicine that is of importance to people has been funded or supported or undergirded by Americans funding the NIH.
Got it. So this crew, you guys have been at it for less than a year, but you've already engaged in some of the most far-reaching reforms that NIH has seen in many decades. So what were some of the, if you can indulge us, what were some of the worst problems you encountered when you first took the helm about a year ago? Yeah, this is for everyone.
He was the director before I was, so that's just, well, you know.
So, well, yeah, okay, so he's telling me to tell the story how I became director. Okay, you mean the actual moment it happened, is that what you're talking about? So I was, so as you heard earlier, I've been working at NIH in the intramural program. Jay didn't talk about this. So NIH is broken up into sort of two parts, the intramural program and the extramural program. The extramural program is all that funding that Jay was talking about that we send out outside of NIH's walls to universities and companies and all the different people that we fund. The intramural program is much smaller, approximately about 10% of our budget, that goes towards scientists working on the NIH campus as academic researchers. And those are also the folks that run studies in the clinical center, of which I have been one for about 20 years. And so I was working in my lab, and I got a phone call from the White House liaison saying, "You're the NIH director. Go to Building 1." And I said, "I think if I go to Building 1 and tell them I'm the NIH director, I'm going to be arrested." So I said, I don't think that's going to work. Have you told them yet? And they said, "No." And I said, "Well, maybe you should tell them before I go over there." So it took another 2 days. And then they called me back up and said, "Okay, they know you're coming." And then I walked in, and it was, you know, it was a big shock to everybody, I think. But you know, getting to the question, I think that the biggest problem that I faced when I walked in the door was that we really hadn't had significant leadership change at NIH for at least 17 years, and you could probably argue even longer with some of the other leadership that we had. And there was some, you know, I think very specific ways that things had been done and ways of thinking around the institution that had really become sort of a force within NIH, and some of that was not good. And so coming in, one of the first things I did was really, you know, sort of push against certain things to say, hey, we need to do things a little differently. We need to start thinking about things a little differently. We need to move faster. We need to, you know, take more risks. And there was a lot of resistance to that. And I think slowly, especially over the past year, we've made enormous strides in breaking through that resistance. And so I guess if I had to put a set of words to the biggest problem was institutional aversion to risk or aversion to institutional risk. They were worried about change, worried about taking chances, worried about, you know, what's the scientific community going to say? What's the media going to say? And that's not a way to make progress, right? You have to take chances and do things. And if you find out you're wrong, you admit you're wrong and you change course. And I think that's how we're looking at this. We're making big changes. We're moving quickly. But we're evaluating every step of the way, and if something's not working, we'll change and do better.
one of the most fun things about being an NIH director has been to find people that come to you and then say, well, I've had this idea for 15 years. I mean, this is Matt can attest to this. Actually, Nicole is an example of this. I met Nicole, and she told me, she'll tell you about the ideas she told me in a second. They say, look, I've been inside the NIH for a decade, and I can't get any progress on this. And you just look at them and say, well, that's a good idea. Let's do this. And they just look in shock. They're like, what? Wait, we could just do this? This happened time after time after time where people, really brilliant people, the scientists of the NIH come to you and they just give you these ideas and they're like, well, why haven't you done this? And really fundamentally, it's the stasis that Matt's talking about.
I'll just add to that. So that in addition to that stagnation, I think that something else that we've all observed is this kind of fragmentation. So having each of the institutes and centers, although they meet at a minimum once a week and talk to each other, they still have or had relatively isolated portfolios. They had their silos, they had their areas where they were funding, and the DPCPSI, one of those fun government acronyms, the division that I lead is Program Coordination, Planning, and Strategic Initiatives. And the responsibility of DPCPSI, so there's 15 different offices under me that coordinate cross-cutting research themes across the NIH and the larger scientific enterprise. And I was shocked to learn that the vast majority of people that I came across at NIH had never even heard of DPCPSI. Well, that's a huge problem. If you have a centralized function whose role is to actually coordinate across all of the different institutes and centers and no one's ever heard of it, then it's not really doing its job effectively, right? And so one thing that's been incredibly refreshing under Jay and Matt's leadership is to see this sort of forced communication and really strong encouragement for the different institutes and centers to come together and to work as one NIH rather than working as 27 individual institutes. And there's so much more progress that can be made and accelerated when you have the NIH working together as a whole, because as you all well know, things like the chronic disease crisis require a multi-pronged strategy to address.
I'd just like to comment. I think the NCI, in some ways, lives a blessed life. I think most of you, if you reflect on some of the troubled years of the COVID infections and some of the loss of trust in public health, to some extent, the National Cancer Institute and the sort of National Cancer Program more generally stayed out of it. I think one of the nice things when I've been told that being National Cancer Institute Director is like the best job in government, and that's because it's a rare place where most people are your friends, actually, from both parties, from all levels of government. They want you to succeed. And I didn't really come to of course I have ideas to change things, and we can talk about that later, but as far as sort of like real reform, I think most people felt that the NCI had been largely doing its job. And I think that actually can be reflected in some of the successes that we've seen over the years, like a dramatic reduction in cancer mortality, a reduction of 30% since 1990. That doesn't mean I don't want to change things, but I think the NCI is very fortunate in that it wasn't particularly controversial, didn't sort of embrace a lot of the problematic ideas that I think may have been present elsewhere. And I think before taking this job, I had the privilege of meeting not only with Jay, but also with the secretary and the president, and I wasn't given a project of reform. In 2 words, they sort of told me to cure cancer. And I think we can all agree. I think we can all agree on that, and that is exactly what I'm going to try to do.
Thanks. Before we go on, I should mention, if you have questions for any of our panelists, you can write them down on the notepads on your table, and one of our team members will collect them, and we'll try to get through those in the last 15 minutes of this session here. Under the task you have to turn this massive ship of the NIH, which sounds like it's like 27 different ships that are sort of tied together, is an incredible undertaking. You've faced enormous amount of backlash anytime you try to change extremely entrenched processes is going to be difficult. And a lot of the coverage in the press and the political angle has focused on the negative stuff, the complaints and dissent from within and without. But we all know, everyone who works in the scientific enterprise in the United States and beyond knows there are deep-seated problems in how this works, in the incentives, in the structure, and that they need to be addressed, and they've just been kicked down the road over and over again. So I'm really curious to hear from all of you some of the positive comments you've gotten from your colleagues at NIH or out in the research world about now that things have been cracked open a little bit and there's really an opportunity for change. I'd really like to hear about the positive stuff you guys have been hearing.
Let me give one. Okay, so I got to set this up for a second, right? So the way that sorry, I'm a professor. I can't help this. I always have to do a setup. The way that the NIH decides, we get 100,000 proposals a year, right? Scientific proposals where the scientists of the country give us their best ideas about how to make people healthier, we can fund somewhere between 8,000 and 10,000 of them, right? So it's a massive undertaking to decide which of those 8,000 to 10,000 of the 100,000 we're going to fund. There's a scientific review panel of peer reviewers. I used to serve as one when I was a professor, where it's thousands and thousands of scientists from across the country who agree to read these proposals and rate them. Now, I've mentioned earlier that one of the major problems we've had is that early career researchers have a lot of trouble getting their ideas funded. It's also true that if you come from a sort of outside of the top 20 universities, you're going to have a lot of trouble. I've had researchers come and tell me that when they moved from a sort of less prestigious university to a more prestigious university, the same proposal that they put that was rejected from the less prestigious university, literally word for word almost, is accepted when they go to the more prestigious university, right? And so you have this sort of institutional bias, I don't know if the word bias is the right word, against newer ideas, against great ideas coming from sort of less traditional universities. Stanford, Harvard, we were very lucky. But if you go outside of that, you got. But there are great ideas from everywhere. So we changed how the review process works. Still the heart and soul of how we decide which and what to fund. But we changed it so that there used to be 5 criteria. There'd be like how significant is the grant proposal? How innovative is it? Are the methods any good? Is the investigator any good? And is the environment, is the institution, the university where they're at working any good? This is for the extramural program. That procedure, I can tell you as a grant reviewer, would almost always end up focusing on will the thing work, and then on the underlying it is the investigator any good? Innovative ideas had almost no chance, or much less chance than they ought, I should say. So we've changed the grant review mechanism to focus on 3 questions: how innovative and important are the ideas? Is it possible that what the thing might work? And are the investigator and environment, do they have the sufficient resources that they need to achieve it? That's now a binary, not a Nobel Prize winner gets 100% and poor fringe epidemiologist today gets 4% or something. Instead, you have a 1-0. Do you have the knowledge and resources you need to do the project? The reviews have been now focused on the most important things about those proposals, and the chance that early career researchers have, that new ideas have, is much more. And I've gotten lots of feedback from my friends who now are serving as reviewers, telling me this is way better discussion, way better, more in-depth understanding of the ideas, and more fair evaluation of the ideas. It's been actually heartening, because I was convinced that everyone was going to freak out, because that procedure for evaluating scientific projects has not changed in decades.
Yeah, so just to add to something Jay said earlier, so Jay deals a lot with the outside. My job mainly is dealing with the inside of NIH, the people working at NIH. And it's been interesting, Jay sort of alluded to this earlier, to experience various meetings when we've made various changes and have people say, gee, we've been talking about this for years and you did it in one meeting. And so for another example that kind of tags on to what Jay is talking about, when I was acting director, I met with the at the time director of our Center for Scientific Review, and she came to me and she said, scientific review should be centralized, and she explained to me how it had currently been working. And I immediately said, well, of course, this makes complete sense. So just to explain, as Jay was talking about, all our grant applications go through scientific review. Now, when I came in as acting director, we had a Center for Scientific Review, which did about 70% of that review, but still 30% was being done in the institutes by their own reviewers.
It's like grading your own homework, right? They have to grade their own homework.
And so she actually showed me examples where there had been sort of undue influence over the review to try to direct grants in a certain direction. So it was clear in 1 minute that having an agnostic center that solely focuses on review, that has no interest in the scientists or who gets the funding and doesn't make those decisions, is the right place for review to happen. And so I immediately agreed that we should centralize scientific review, and we worked on that, and by the time Jay got in, it was well underway, and then Jay obviously agreed, and we got it done. And so now 100% of our review is done within the Center for Scientific Review, which is, again, completely agnostic. And so, but this isn't something I came up with on my own. This is an idea that had existed for years. Everybody knew it was the right thing to do. It just wasn't getting done. And within one meeting, we were able to move that forward. And so getting the feedback from the internal staff to say, hey, we're so happy you're making things move forward, to me has been very gratifying. And I've seen this across in multiple areas, both inside NIH and even within HHS, talking about our progress.
Nicole, can you talk about the Standard Organoid Modeling Center? And you and Tony are like experts in this. So.
Sure, yeah, I'd love to. I will add one tiny quick detail to the example that Jay and Matt were just talking about, which is we have this amazing director of extramural research, the NIH Deputy Director of Extramural Research, John Lorsch, and he has put into place an enormous reduction in administrative burden. So really simplifying the paperwork process for external applicants to put in their grant proposals, things like standardizing the biosketch form and reducing sort of the need for unnecessary things like letters of intent. And so that's been, I think, another element of kind of the grant process. So the Standardized Organoid Modeling Center, the SOM Center, is a really cool flagship effort that is a demonstration of how the institutes and centers are now really productively working together at the NIH. So it's a partnership between the NCI, NIAID, DPPFC.
Nicole, tell them what an organoid is.
Okay, an organoid is basically like a miniature human tissue. So you can take a collection of cells, of human cells, induced pluripotent stem cells, so you can basically take something like a skin biopsy from a patient and take them backwards down kind of a developmental lineage, and then redifferentiate them or grow them down a lineage to make them into like a miniature heart or a miniature brain or a miniature lung. And obviously they're not going to have consciousness or have full functionality of the tissue, but it's actually remarkable the degree of biological relevance that you can achieve when you're using these three-dimensional human cell-based models. And historically, they've been used more in the area of precision oncology, which Tony is an absolute world-leading expert in, but also in things like toxicology and environmental chemical assessments. But increasingly, we are basically building out the infrastructure to allow them to be much better standardized and characterized and validated so that they can be used in things like novel therapeutic development and drug discovery. We're working very closely with the FDA, who really is prioritizing advancing these human-based innovative technologies for drug safety and efficacy, so they'll be validated for use in regulatory decisions. So it's really the type of infrastructure that the scientific community needs to advance those technologies that can really only be provided by an agency with the resources like the NIH.
So one of the things about that standard organoid modeling is that in many cases it replaces animal use in research. Sometimes you can use these cells are really cool. Like I got to visit a lab where you can see these little tiny cell things, the organoid cell, that's the technical word, things. And it's beating. It's literally beating. And then you can do studies on it to see what causes it to, so sort of environmental exposure that actually damages your heart without having to do an animal model or a human model.
Yeah, I just want to say with how we're taking some of these ideas to the NCI. They talk about not wanting to damage the heart, and that's a very, of course, we need to make sure our drugs don't do that, but my goal is often different, where we do want to damage this cell that we're studying. We want to kill it. And I remember I went down this road a long time ago when I was just starting in cancer research. I think my wife told me, I forgot who it was, but it was my mother-in-law who asked me, so what is it that you do in the lab? Do you just like put drugs on cancer cells and see if it kills them? And my response as a young molecular biologist is, oh no, it's much more complicated than that. We need to learn about pathways and genes and axes and crosstalk. But then I went away. She's a sensible lady, and I thought to myself, well, I've got to remember why don't we do more of that? And then later on, I got involved in a project where we needed to figure out this drug, how it worked, and what kind of cancers it worked on. And so I just did that. I took the drug and I just put it on patient tumor cells, not cell lines, not animal models. Just took patient tumor cells out of a patient, put the drug on it, and found that it killed this kind of cancer, but not this other kind of cancer. And that eventually became a very successful program with a drug called venetoclax in chronic lymphocytic leukemia and acute myelogenous leukemia. But it all started with just a very simple idea, which it's hard to explain why this is wrong, okay? If you want to know if this drug is going to work on this tumor, maybe put this drug on this tumor and see what happens. So there's a bit of technology behind that, but we're bringing that to the National Cancer Institute, and I want to actually set up a place. My vision is eventually to set up a place where people can, if they have a tumor, especially without standard of care options, this is a place that we could maybe give them a readout of, you know, these drugs might likely work and these drugs might not likely work. And we can also do discovery with patients' actual samples rather than relying on models so much.
You know, and after we launched the standardized organoid modeling center, I started getting emails. I know it was really strange because like usually I'm getting like unhappy emails. They were like happy emails. Like, Jay, thank you for putting this on. And I'm like, okay, I met Nicole, I met Tony. They're like, this is a good idea, and we just did it. And now I don't know what to do with myself. Happy emails coming to me. So it's a crazy thing.
Going on what Dr. Latai mentioned about complexity, you know, the COVID crisis really made a huge dent in the trust between professional science and the public, but this is a trend that had been growing. You know, as research science, especially biomedical, becomes increasingly sophisticated, it becomes equally difficult for the public to conduct meaningful oversight of this science and the public funding, which is making it happen. After the sort of doge period of last year, we saw a renewed focus on some of the stuff that NIH had been funding that was more political, ideologically driven, DEI, that sort of stuff, which I think harmed that trust even more. So NIH is in an interesting position because you sit in between the professional science and the general public. So going forward, how do you think you can try and heal this divide between professionalized science and the public interest?
I think we have to make America healthy again. I mean, that's really the only way. That's really the only way. I mean, these ideas are fun. They're really interesting as scientists to grapple with. All of the bureaucratic stuff we've been talking about is frustrating but important. The ultimate way to solve that distrust is by making people making advances in science that actually do translate over to better health for people. That's it. That's the standard.
Yeah, if I could add something. So I think what you're talking about is important. And you know, I think the key is that, and we're working with our IC directors to start thinking this way. Our institute directors, yeah, I should say, sorry, using acronyms, sorry. Is that, you know, we need to make sure that the science that we're funding and working on is actually aimed at addressing problems that people in the public really have. And the way that I think about this as a physician and a scientist is you'll hear the term out of NIH and other places, they say this bench to bedside. But I don't think that way. I think of bedside to bench to bedside. In other words, we need to look and talk to our patients, understand the problems our patients are having, understand what their needs are, what they want out of their treatments, what do they want out of their medical care, then go back to the lab and say, how can we solve these problems? And then translate that back to the patients in the hospital, right? So this is how I think we're trying to think about it. Part of that is promoting for more physician scientists. I think we need more people who can bridge that gap and do what I'm talking about. Because, you know, a scientist in the lab doesn't know what's going on in the clinic. And a doctor in the clinic doesn't know what's going on in the lab. We need those people to make those connections. So this is something that I know I have as a big agenda item that I nudge Jay on all the time, but I know he agrees with me.
Yeah, I agree with that. But I'd say I'd add one thing on top of that, because it's not just how are you treated in the hospital or by your doctor. It's how do we live a healthy lifestyle? Like I'll give you, like the dietary guidelines. Yeah, you eat real food. That seems like a good idea, right? But there's real science underneath that, and the NIH participated very heavily in making sure that the dietary guidelines, as they were released, were actually grounded in excellent replicable science. A lot of the problem then is not just what happens in the hospital, but how do you keep people out of the hospital? How do you keep people away from the doctor? We need to do all of that. The bench, amazing molecular biological advances, the bedside. How do you better manage people in clinics, and how do you better inform doctors? But also, how do you better help people stay healthy?
I just want to say a little something about, sorry, I interrupted an applause line. I just, with regard to oversight, just want to hopefully engender a little more confidence now, and that is that I've been very impressed at the way that, and I only know my institute, the National Cancer Institute, that the way the staff takes direction. So under the previous administration, this wasn't a staff-driven approach. It was driven from the top. The administration wanted, for instance, different sort of political initiatives. DEI is an example that Jay gave, prioritized across our funding program. Okay, so they did that. They were instructed, and in a way, it's appropriate in an administrative structure in a government that you sort of do what you're told. But I would say that really almost by the time I started, and I only started in September, they had been told the opposite. Say we want to depoliticize and get this out of the grants and get this is no longer a priority. And essentially it was done. You should be assured that, like, this isn't something where there is kind of an indigenous movement to undermine all this again. If so, I haven't seen it. People there are very driven by cancer science. Frankly, a lot of them could make more money working other places. They work at the NCI because they see it as a unique place to do what they want to do. And what they want to do is not get in the way of improving cancer treatment. They want to make it better. They're dedicated to that. And I just want to make the point that I do think that priority has reasserted itself pretty strongly.
Yeah, I'd love to build off of what Tony just said. Totally agree with that, and it's been really, really heartening to see the response across the NIH to something like, for example, one of the activities that predated establishing the SOM Center was back in April. Jay released a statement on the NIH prioritizing human-based science, so the Human-Based Science Initiative, which was really dovetails with this emphasis on innovation, on really advancing the technologies that we're using to improve human health and our understanding of disease. And the reaction from across the NIH was overwhelming. It was incredible. I was getting all kinds of unsolicited happy emails myself saying, hey, we're so excited about this. We want to be part of it. Can we come detail into DBKIPSI? Can we contribute? You know, we've wanted to do this innovative work for such a long time and haven't felt this level of support from senior leadership before. So I think there's a lot of excitement throughout the scientists at NIH.
Let me confirm that. I was just telling Jay. So I was an extramural researcher up until September 29th, 2025. Okay, and coming to the NCI wasn't even the picture for me until late summer. It all happened very rapidly. But after Jay's announcement, this is like what I'd been doing with my life for a couple decades. I immediately started I got to get a hold of Jay Bhattacharya directly. And it's not so easy as an extramural researcher to just get him on your Rolodex. But now I actually have pretty good contact with him. But that was one of the reasons I was very excited to come to the NCI, was because I thought, this is great. They're going to be welcoming these ideas now, and this would be a great time to do it.
how do we ensure that all this funding actually delivers meaningful benefits to the public? I know it's a difficult balance. We don't want to rush things to market too quickly and have commercialization be the only reason that research is occurring. But we also don't want endless streams of government funding that just don't go anywhere. So it's a perennial issue in science, and I'm just curious to see if, what your approach might be to that.
I mean, you've heard kind of the excitement about some of the changes that we've made internally. The upshot will be the scientists of this country will focus on things that actually matter for better health for people. Let me just talk a little bit about something that Tony alluded to about DEI. The problem is that it was an ideological agenda that actually never translated over to better health for minorities. We're absolutely committed to making sure that minority populations have better health. That's part and parcel of what the NIH is about, right? We can't make America healthy again unless every single American is healthier. So the problem with DEI isn't that it focused attention on the worst health of minority populations. That's a real fact. The problem with DEI was that it actually wasn't addressing that problem. It was trying to solve a different ideological problem using the tools of science to do it. Depoliticizing then is a way of refocusing the energy of the NIH on the real problems that Americans have. Actually, in a sense, like a lot of the studies would say, well, look, you have lack of health equity, meaning that minority populations have worse health than non-minority populations. And as if the goal was to just get minority populations to have the same health as non-minority populations. That sets the bar too low. We want better health for everybody, and if minority populations end up having better health than non-minority populations, that's fine too. If everybody's health gets better, the NIH is a successful organization. You guys, I'm not used to applause lines, so you can probably tell. I'm not a politician. So it's, students never clap for me. It's just a strange thing. But yeah, I think the thing is like by removing the politicization of science and giving scientists the green light to go forward with their amazing new ideas, as long as they're focused on really making improvements in health for people. That's the way we do what you're asking.
I'll say, I think Jay may have soft-pedaled another approach I think he is interested in, and I am too, and that is, so it's actually a really tricky question. How do we know we're funding the most effective research? So here's the problem. It's a real problem to identify when a grant is put in front of you, whether that is going to be an effective grant at the end of the 5-year term, which is typical. But what's surprising is when you think about it, even after that 5-year term, it can be difficult to understand whether that grant is more effective than that grant than the other one, because to go from idea to actual, say, FDA approval can take much longer than the term of the grant. So that's a challenging project. But I think Jay will agree. We're starting to try to identify what are the features of grants that makes them a successful grant, and then what are the features that those grants have at the time of application that can help us predict success. But actually, I'm saying that because NCI is interested in that, but Jay is actually setting up an office. I think the name might be changing, but the Office of Metascience.
That's the name, Office of Metascience.
Okay.
There's tremendous controversy over this. There are people on this stage that want a different name, but they want an acronym, you guys. You're not going to be very surprised.
So that explanation makes so much sense, and my mind, whenever I hear something like that, goes to, well, why wasn't this the case before? You have various experience inside and outside NIH. Why do you think these ideas hadn't been implemented already?
I think Matt alluded to this. The leadership of the NIH, the direction of the leadership of the NIH really hasn't fundamentally changed in decades. But the NIH, one of the side effects of the NIH is that it creates a scientific aristocracy, right? It creates a scientific aristocracy by giving the same people this grants over and over again, often because they have great ideas, but sometimes it's not just because they have great ideas, because they have a great track record, even though their ideas are not necessarily the best right now. To win an NIH grant is a huge thing in biomedicine, in biomedical research, right? I got tenure at Stanford University in part because I was successful at getting NIH money. And so you have an entrenched aristocracy created by the NIH. You have a whole ecosystem where people are so used to thinking, okay, only these people have the good ideas, that when you change it and you start to like elevate people with different ideas, the entire establishment, as one, screams bloody murder, saying, "Oh my God, you're killing science." When in fact, what you're actually doing is you're refreshing science with new ideas that would not ever have seen the light of day, but are potentially very, very promising. You heard some of them already over here, and that's the goal. That's the goal of the replication initiative. That's the goal of the initiative to try to to identify using scientific methods actually to identify promising new ideas that would otherwise never have seen support. The goal is not to have a portfolio where every single paper, every single proposal produces 5 papers. I don't care a bit about whether there's a single paper published by proposal. What I actually care is, do they produce ideas that improve health? I'm never going to get used to that, you guys. So if you have a portfolio of 50 projects, 49 of them fail, and the 50th cures type 2 diabetes, in my view, Jay, that's a fantastic portfolio. And one of the things I've been really focused on is giving the leaders of the NIH the ability to take intellectual risks, because I'm not going to judge them on whether the proposals that they picked one at a time failed. I'm going to judge them as a whole, whether their scientific choices and decisions actually advanced American health.
Let me just mention one of the mechanisms that we're sort of taking advantage of that leeway Jay's given us, and that is that if I go to 5 years, because typical grants of an R01 grant, which is a standard academic grant, is 5 years. There's other ones, but that's sort of a standard grant. And one of the challenges for young, new, novel, exciting, risky ideas is that often it'll start with, you lay out your aims, and often you'll have 2 or 3 specific aims. Say, I'm going to do this, and then if that works, I'll do this, and if that works, I'll do this. Now, what if it's a really good, exciting idea, but specific aim number 1 is kind of risky, which is what we want. It's like, it's exciting, it's novel, but no one's really showed this before, so I might be wrong, okay? Now, unfortunately, all too often the response in the past has been, well, this is too risky. This is too risky. We can't fund this because if 1 is wrong, then 2 and 3 are not going to work, and we've given a 5-year grant. So our approach to that is to split this 5-year grant into a 2+3 grant. So combined with our sort of newfound ability to use more discretion at the institute level to choose grants that are meritorious, irrespective of a really strict line in the sand pay line, combining that with our ability to identify grants that seem to have these properties. Their score wasn't perfect, but the reason why it wasn't perfect is because there was something risky proposed early. Well, we can give those people one of these 2+3 grants, and the way that works is they get 2 years of guaranteed funding to test that first idea. So if that doesn't work, well, what we'd like them to do is go out and have another exciting brand new idea, and we'll give you another 2+5 grant if it's a good idea. But if that is successful, we can do a secondary review and say, good job, here's the other 3 years. And that's a way we see of like rescuing grants that otherwise in the past would have suffered from this too risky categorization that would make them unfunded.
Got it. So on the money side, Jay, I know you have a big background in economics as well. $50 billion is still a lot of money, even for today. And that's just a portion, obviously, of all the research funding that goes to biomedical research every year. The healthcare and biomedical sector is kind of unique economically in that the worse the results get, the more we spend on it. And this negative feedback spiral has gotten so bad to the point where we're about a quarter or so of GDP just on healthcare in the United States. So how do you see the NIH's role in breaking this spiral? how can it try to redirect funding to also try and break up the very increasing centralization of universities, hospitals, research centers all over the country that we're seeing just grow enormously and really have a huge influence in how research is done in the U.S.?
In sometime around 2010, 2011, the NIH made a decision that got almost no press at all, but it almost ruined my career. It made a decision that it was no longer going to fund health economics research. And in 2015, it formalized that with a guide notice that says it was restricting its investments in health economics. Now, the field of health economics is a lot, there's lots of things that it does, and some good, some bad, but but one of the things it's supposed to do is help answer that question, right? Is help answer, like, how do you, like I mentioned earlier about the $3 million cure for sickle cell anemia, right? Well, if I can invest, if a research project idea comes in that says, well, we're going to find a new way to produce these cells that's at 1/100th the cost, potentially, the old NIH might say, well, that's not necessarily such an innovative thing. We already can do this cure. Why not focus on other areas? In the new setting, the new NIH, I'm going to bring health economics back, and we'll fund that research that reduces the cost of care. The bias in technological change in biomedicine in the last decades, 40 years, has been toward producing amazing advances in knowledge that are so expensive that almost nobody can really get access to it. Those are the biggest success stories. The bias should be toward advances that are accessible to all the people, like for everybody. And health economics is one way to sort of refocus the NIH toward that. The idea isn't to fill the NIH with health economics. That's never going to happen. But there's already one at the top, and it's not probably too many. But the idea is to have that kind of thinking embedded in the NIH, so that people can make decisions about what projects to fund, with an eye toward not just the latest advance that's going to get you published in Science or Nature or something, but an advance that lowers the price of care, that makes it available for everybody. I'll give you a concrete example of this. There are a lot of medications that are already approved that are basically off-label or off-patent, basically free. We're investing in seeing if those medications can be used for other uses. I'll give you one that's really promising. There was an old vaccine called Zostavax for shingles. Anyone in the room take this thing? I took it. The new the shingles vaccine is called Shingrix. The old one was called Zostavax. It's got pulled off the market because it didn't really prevent shingles all that well. Whatever. But it turns out that in some really solid observational studies that some health economists have done, and others, that it might reduce the progress toward dementia by 20 or 30%. A simple vaccine that's really basically very, very cheap. And my colleague at Stanford who told me about this, he told me he'd had a lot of trouble getting support for a randomized trial to check whether this actually works. That's a great investment. What if we actually do that and it actually works in a randomized trial setting? That means you can prevent 20 to 30% of all Alzheimer's disease cases. A tremendous health economic effect, a tremendous effect on reducing the suffering of so many people and families with a simple repurposed drug. That's the kind of ideas that I would love to see at the NIH.
Yeah, the other thing that we're trying to do as well is assure that we're spreading our research funding around, right? It shouldn't all be centralized in a few big institutions, but we have different programs for this, the Idea States program, we have other programs where we try to help new or smaller institutions that don't maybe have the infrastructure for gaining grants to be able to participate more in our grants process. And so we're working on that and really trying to get, sort of more diversity in the number of and institutions and places that we're funding.
I mean, there's great ideas all across the country, and so this is a really, really important part of this. A lot of the problems during the pandemic was scientific groupthink. And having a concentrated group of places where we make most of our investments, the Stanfords and Harvards are, I mean, I love the institutions, but they're not but they're not the only places where good ideas are. But by having investments all across the country where scientists are, you actually combat scientific groupthink, right? You have schools of thought that compete with each other. I mean, that's the old way, I think.
Actually make science better that way.
Let's make science great again.
One additional aspect that I'll add to that is not only are we attempting to, or successfully kind of spreading the wealth around in terms of our extramural funding, we're also, I think, spreading our reach into the communities that suffer the highest degree of chronic disease burden, so rural populations across America, and actually putting and advancing programs that are already in place to deliver best-in-class, both standard of care but also clinical research to populations that don't normally have access to things like clinical trials. So we have a program under DPKIPSI called Care for Health, which is one of the ways that we're going to be implementing a lot of the MAHA initiatives. And this is a network of primary care providers embedded in rural communities. And so we're leveraging new technologies, so telehealth approaches, artificial intelligence for better lung cancer screening, et cetera, to really take the best-in-class care and research advances to the communities that are suffering from chronic disease burdens in this country.
Thank you for mentioning the rural element. It's kind of ties in with what I said before, that so much of this money goes to these big centers, which tend to be urban ones, and so the participants in these trials tend to be in urban areas, so I appreciate that inclusion. The last point on that is, Jay mentioned this in his initial remarks, and our friend Jason Locasell likes to point out that for a long period of time, the average age of the NIH awardee went up by 1 year every year. So it kind of seems like it was the same age cohort of people getting the same money, and some of it will trickle down to the postdocs, right? But that hasn't changed significantly. So how do you get more ideas from the younger scientists involved, so they can feel like this is something that they can actually make progress in, and not just be a postdoc and stuck in that chain forever?
So one thing that we've done that I think is going to make a big difference in this area is we've released a new strategy that we call the Unified Funding Strategy. And this has changed how our institute directors are awarding grants. So let me just take a minute to explain it a little bit. So we were talking earlier about scientific review, and the applications come in through scientific review. The scientific reviewers review it. They give it a score. And traditionally, not all of our institutes, but many of our institutes were using this score as a cutoff. So you had to be above a certain level of the score, and you were funded, and if you're below the level, you weren't funded. And it was just sort of an automatic thing that they were doing. Now, the problem with this is that some of the metrics that are used in this scoring include things that you really have an advantage for if you are an older, more experienced, more successful investigator, because the reviewers can see, oh, this person has a track record, they're using methods that are proven, because the ideas are maybe a little old. They have resources, so we know they're going to be successful, so they would get this higher score, which would make them more likely to be funded. So with this new strategy, the scientific review is still very important, because what we found is the scientific review is good at bidding in a large way. In other words, sort of good quality or poor quality, but it's not good at small differences. So those little differences in score that could have knocked you down below the line really doesn't mean anything. So what we've done now is we've put in this strategy that Jay has given to our institute directors that requires that they take into account the scientific review. It's a very important piece. We still want to make sure what we're funding is scientifically valid work. But now they are no longer allowed to use those what we call pay lines or cutoffs. They have to take into account many other factors as to what should be funded. Things like, is this an actual priority in healthcare that's something the government should be funding? Is this something that already has a lot of funding, because maybe we don't need to pour money into that. Maybe we need to go somewhere where there isn't enough funding. Are we spreading money around to people with new ideas? Are these new innovative ideas? Because they might get a lower score because the methods aren't proven, because they're new. How could they be? But hey, this is something that's high risk, high reward. If we take a chance on this, it could have a huge benefit if it works out. So taking all these different things into account is going to create huge opportunities for younger people with new ideas, I think, to get their grants funded. So I think we're going to see the benefit of this strategy in a year or two as this gets further down the line. So that's one way we're definitely addressing this.
I mean, I think that the career plight of young investigators is just, it's shocking, actually. So like you have you earn a PhD, you're a young, bright kid, and you you're great in high school, you study math all the time, and then you go to college and you major in biology, and then you do some work in a lab, and you have some great ideas, you get a PhD, and most of the time is spent working on someone else's ideas. You do get the PhD, then you have to do postdoc 1, postdoc 2, postdoc 3, essentially working on other people's ideas, usually people who have large grants from the NIH that are older. And then if you're lucky, you might get assistant professor job, and then you have to fight for an NIH grant in order to get your idea. You're in your 40s or 50s before you try any new ideas out. That pipeline timeline of what it takes to become a young investigator absolutely has to change. It's the fundamental reason why there's sort of stagnation in biomedical sciences, or the relative stagnation in biomedical sciences. It's this idea that Matt is talking about will help address that by empowering young scientists, empowering our institute directors to give young scientists a chance on ideas that are really promising. That's really fundamentally what they need. Not special set-aside programs, but really a chance to get to try their ideas out. There was a scientist in Cambridge named Max Perutz, who was he spent a decade in the 40s and 50s in University of Cambridge trying to figure out the structure of myoglobin. All his professors told him, this is too hard, don't do this, there's not enough good technology available. He just ignored them. And somehow for a decade, he putzed around Cambridge and figured it out. And then he figured out the structure of hemoglobin, absolutely transformed hematology, he transformed medicine. The question that keeps me up at night is, are scientific institutions places where people like Max Perutz could succeed? A young investigator with a really great idea, would we give them the chance to succeed like that? And the answer right now is no. But the kind of changes that Matt is talking about sounds geeky, but it's actually fundamental. You have to give people the chance, young people the chance to try their new ideas out. They won't always succeed, and we have to change the culture of science so it's a little more like Silicon Valley. You give a young entrepreneur a chance to found a new company, it fails. If it's a productive failure, they get a second chance. We need to bring that spirit into biomedicine.
I'll just say briefly from the NCI perspective, one of my daughters is one of these young scientists, so the matter is kept directly in front of my attention a lot.
Okay.
I was just going to add that the other thing that we need to do, and Jay and I have talked about this a lot and are going to work on, is it's not only the scientists we have in the pipeline who already exist. We actually need to encourage our American students to go into science. This is extraordinarily important. We've imported a lot of our postdocs for many, many years. We really need more Americans to want to be interested in science, and I think something that the scientific institutions, the medical institutions haven't done well is communicating with younger generations about why it's interesting, important, and a great career to be in science. And some of it maybe we have to change the paradigms of how we set things up. But, there's limitations to what we can do at NIH about this, but it is something that we think about and I think is really important. We want to encourage young people to get into science here in the United States.
Amen.
And the last question from me before we get to the audience once. We probably have some Hill staff in the room with us today. What sort of stuff can Congress do to help push some of these reforms forward and hopefully, if necessary, codify them into the statute?
Well, one of the key problems, I think, in making sure that all the institutions around the country that have great scientists and great ideas have a fair chance at NIH funding is the way that we fund the facilities support. There's huge controversy over this earlier in the administration with an idea to cap indirect funding indirect costs. People in the room, some people in the room are like know all about this, but again, a geeky thing, but it actually has huge consequences. The way that we fund the facilities of the country, in order to win the facility support, you have to have amazing scientists who can win the NIH grants, right? Less than 10% of people of the grants, of applications we get are funded. But in order to, and the facility support is directly tied to winning the grant. If you can't win the grant, the institution you live in won't get the money to build up their facilities. But at the same time, in order to attract great scientists to your institution, you have to have great facilities. It's kind of a catch-22. It's a cycle that guarantees the rich, Walter, hi, the rich will get richer. And it guarantees that the funding will be concentrated. It would be wonderful to see a solution from Congress coming where the idea would be we separately compete for the facility support based on a market basis, on costs, right? So if University of Oklahoma can provide a square foot of lab space more inexpensively than one of the top institutions of the country, then they would have a leg up in winning the facility support. Rather than fight over what the right indirect cost rate is, let the market decide it, let competition decide it. And that will then lead to the facilities around the country being lifted up, with scientists around the country being lifted up. And let scientists go to where the great labs, where the great facilities are.
And I'll say that we have like a small exemplar of how that could work already. So we have an Office of Research Infrastructure Programs within Poughkeepsie that has a substantial budget, a couple $100 million, and they have construction grants, they have infrastructure grants, they have shared instrumentation grants. So if a university wants a new mass spectrometer or some kind of really nice advanced technology that's very expensive, they can apply for these grants. And in line with the emphasis on innovation and on really actually supporting novel technologies in that infrastructure space, ORIP just published a new strategic plan just a few weeks ago on the website, and I encourage you to go read it. It's really fantastic. And there will be funding opportunities that will be announced in the coming weeks for this infrastructure that really emphasize innovative technologies and direct funding of that infrastructure rather than having it come out of those research grants.
And the key thing is competition, right? Allow the great institutions of this country to compete on a level playing field, not the sort of like biased playing field where you have to have great scientists in order to get facility support.
All right, now for some audience questions. We'll try to get through these as fast as we can. High-level policy is good, but peer review determines funding and remains broken. How are we improving peer review?
Okay, so we've done a lot on peer review, and Matt's described some of it. The key thing is that we are focusing peer review on 3 questions, and one of which is like, are the investigator and environment, the institution, can they actually do the work there, right? That's it. But that's a very simple question, 1-0. It's not, do you have a Nobel Prize? We're no longer asking that question. But then the other 2 are, is it an innovative idea that's worth doing, and are the methods good? And then we're encouraging the institute directors to take into account all of that. In the past, what would happen is that they would take into account, will the idea work? And what Matt said is exactly all would happen. Like if you propose an idea that kind of already has worked, you're going to have a leg up in winning that grant. That's gone. That's gone on the new peer review. The institutes now have the green light to take intellectual risks that they otherwise wouldn't have been able to do under the new peer review system.
I'll also say that we're expanding out the reviewer pools as well. So we're trying to bring in, again, this dovetails with the last question, on an emphasis on supporting young investigators. So we're trying to bring new blood into these reviewer panels and bring in folks that may be at earlier stages in their career, but also better able to recognize high-risk, really exciting, really innovative ideas when they're doing those proposal reviews. We're also bringing in expertise in new approach methodologies and alternatives and innovative technologies. So that's another way that we're trying to
Actually, did
change
you know, like in the old NIH, this is the old NIH, new NIH, right? So the old NIH, there was a time where in order to be a standing member of these peer review committees, you had to have an active large grant. That means you had to be well established in your career in order to be reviewing grants for other people.
It's like the definition of an echo chamber.
Exactly. That philosophy is gone.
I know one of the institutes, NIH, is alternative and holistic medicine, something like that. So the question here, will the NIH incorporate holistic medication to combat chronic disease?
So we have an institute called the, oh my God, I'm going to mess up the acronym, NICCIH, and Nicole's about to tell you what that is. National Institute of Complementary and Integrated Medicine. Thank God I have people up that's going to help me with their acronyms. The point is that we are absolutely interested in understanding these technologies, which is really what they are, these methods of treatment, and for too long they've been sort of marginalized as if we know for a fact it can't possibly work. When you have large numbers of people giving you testimony that it might work. The missing piece is rigorous evaluation, taking these ideas honestly and seriously, sorting between the things that actually work and don't work. And that's exactly what the NICCIH, oh my God, I'm doing the acronyms, does. It's actually quite exciting that we have this capacity because it's the way that we can essentially take these ideas. And my mom, by the way, is a big fan of them. She would yell at me all the time when I was in med school over this. And treat them seriously the way that they deserve to be treated.
We're also advancing. We're also advancing concepts like food as medicine. So the Office of, I got a false email. Hey. It's contagious. So the Office of Nutrition Research inside of Poughkeepsie is coordinating advancements in nutrition research across the agency and the institutes and centers, and partnering with a number of them to really fund ideas like food as medicine and to build out things like nutrition education programs as part of training in medical schools and residencies and nursing education.
All right, can you tell us a bit more about how the funding cuts are not being reported correctly, that it's more of a reimagining?
What funding cuts? I mean, it's been...
Let me just give one statistic. We at the NCI and the NIH as a whole spent more on extramural research in fiscal year 2025 than any year previously. You can go with that, Jay. That's
Yeah, the other thing to remember is if money is taken away from a program that's not performing well, that money goes to another program. So the money didn't just disappear. It doesn't evaporate, right? It goes to other science. So when they say science is being cut, science has not been cut. We spent all of our money last year on science.
And the Senate and the House, I think, are just about to pass bills that fund us this year at a higher rate, at a higher level than last year. I mean, I think I've never really fully felt like in the core of my soul what fake news is until I started reading about how we're cutting everything at the NIH. I mean, it's a political ploy in order to resist the change that we're bringing.
This one I think is for Nicole. Are the stem cells being used for organoid development ethically sourced, i.e. umbilical or adult versus embryonic?
I mean, short answer is yes, absolutely. And this has been in the news recently because of the announcement, I think it was last week, right, about prohibiting the use of fetal tissue in research. But that's something that the NIH has eradicated actually already. I mean, so the stem cell work that we do is in induced pluripotent stem cells. So that was the sort of scientific explanation that I gave a few minutes ago about how you can take a patient's own cells and then turn them into stem cells and then use those to do things like grow organoids.
All right, let's see here. Last week, it was reported that several NIH review panels are at risk of losing all members by the end of 2026. How is the NIH working to ensure that the advisory councils are fully operational? Yeah,
so that's so let me explain for 1 minute the council system. So we have these advisory councils that people are appointed to and then rotate off. So this is normal process. People come on, they come off. It's a constant process. And as they come off, new people have to be appointed. And sometimes that process takes time. There's a lot of conflict of interest, ethics that has to be dealt with, finding people who are willing to do it and put in the time. It's a process. And this has always been a challenge of NIH across all administrations. In fact, when I came in as the acting director and I met with our committee management folks, the slates for the councils dating back 3 years hadn't been seated yet. So this is always something that's been behind. So actually, we have taken steps to make this move much faster. And actually, I've been working with our institute directors to get a larger list of possible candidates and move them through the process faster so that we will fill up these councils quickly and have the appropriate members on these councils to do the work that they need to do to help us with our funding. So I think you're going to see over the course of the next year, this problem is essentially going to be solved.
And actually, can I just add on to that? One of the things I've asked the institute directors to do is to find younger researchers to be members of these councils, right? I think that if you want these councils, these are, by the way, the peer review that we've been talking about, that happens, that's not what the council is about. The peer review is filled out. That's not been a problem. The councils sit at the sort of the last step in saying, okay, yeah, the institute directors have made good choices about which of the grant proposals that come in from the outside should be funded. I want the young, early career, promising researchers to sit on those councils as well as the people with gray hair like me. And so I've asked the institute directors to make sure that younger, early career researchers have a chance at these councils. That was started by an early career researcher, I'm sure. So.
How can we ensure that any progress made isn't undone by changing political leadership?
I mean, I think the key, it's something like you can get paralyzed with this. Like, if I make a change, well, maybe it'll get undone. The key thing, and I hope you've heard this, none of these changes are politically motivated. Not a single one of them. What they are motivated by is actually making science work and make science work for better health for people. If a future political leader wants to reverse that, God help them.
Right. The answer is make it work. Make it work, and it'll be hard to change.
Can you explain the difference between NIH and ARPA-H?
Yes. You can use. I actually love ARPA-H. So although maybe I'm a minority on the stage, probably not. I'm just kidding. Okay, so ARPA-H is an agency that was created, I think, 3 or 4 years ago. The idea actually was because the idea was that the NIH was failing to identify innovative research. It's about $1 billion agency. And so the task that ARPA-H has been given is to identify big, high-risk, high-reward ideas and fund them. And I applaud any agency that's doing that, and especially the ARPA-H under Alicia Jackson's leadership is aimed at improving, using those big high-risk, high-reward ideas to improve health. And so, God bless them. I think that's a really, really good thing. But to me, it shouldn't be an excuse to make it so that the NIH isn't doing the same thing, right? The ARPA-H in part exists because the NIH of the past failed to do that. And now we have two agencies that are committed to that same goal, to take big risks with our ideas and translate them to better health for people.
And that is, I think, evidenced by the fact that the more innovative programs that we have launched at the NIH have actually attracted attention from ARPA-H. So ARPA-H has come to us and said, hey, wow, this complement animal research and experimentation complementary, this common fund program is really fantastic, and we want to kind of jump on board, and we want to give you some money towards that. The SOM Center, they're really interested in partnering on the SOM Center. So there's a high degree of coordination between NIH and ARPA-H right now.
And just, Jay keeps pointing out that I like to tell you the geeky stuff. Just to clarify something that might be confusing, ARPA-H has always lived in this kind of limbo. Is it part of NIH? Is it not part of NIH? And you'll see it in our budget, for example, when you look at budgets when they come out. So it's in this weird limbo where it is sort of lumped in with NIH, but it does function independently under HHS. So we don't direct ARPA-H, but we collaborate very much with ARPA-H.
And the nice thing is that it's actually good to have two different takes on how to invest in innovative research. So I think like people ask me about ARPA-H, I think it's a good idea. They actually, when the legislation that led to it, some of the materials around it actually cited work that I published in support of it. So, you know, I like it. It's good to have these two takes on the same goal.
Well, Dr. Mamoli, Dr. Bhattacharya, Dr. Latai, and Dr. Klein-Stewart, thank you for your candor and your courage. Let's give it up for your new NIH leadership.
Thanks, Jeff. Thank you all. Sometimes at big moments like this, where we're really in the midst of a big shift in our imagination of what's possible, we need something that's very rare, which is great American storytellers. And so in light of that, I'd like to welcome author, journalist, and screenwriter Walter Kern.
Does everyone understand the concept of poetic justice? If you don't, there's a definition that I can give you. I can give you a concrete definition, and I can give you a verbal one. The verbal definition is the rewarding of virtue and the punishment of vice, especially in an ironic manner. The concrete definition is Dr. Jay Bhattacharya. In 2024, well, let me introduce myself real quickly to those of you who are serious scientists and so on, because I'm a novelist, a screenwriter, a journalist. I've been that for many years. I'm best known for a work that is not really mine. I wrote a novel called Up in the Air, which was made into a movie with George Clooney. People think they know the novel from the movie, but they don't. The novel's much better. And they do always have one question about my novel. What is George Clooney really like? They think they're asking me about my book, but George Clooney is a lot like Jay Bhattacharya, but not quite as smart. He has salt and pepper gray hair. He's rather svelte, well-spoken, and much more charming in real life than he is in the movies, just as Jay is. Now, having dabbled in that sort of glamorous side of Hollywood, I was given this assignment in 2024, January. I was called by a woman you might know named Nicole Shanahan and a director named Alex Moyer, and asked if I could write a satirical comedy about the grand misadventure called the COVID pandemic. It should be something like Thank You for Smoking or Dr. Strangelove or Network, a satire that shows everything we did wrong, showcases the characters who made fools of themselves, the villains and the heroes, and so on. And I said, no, I can't do that, because if it's about COVID, everybody already has an opinion. But I can make a movie about another disease, one that I invent, and I can make a movie set not at Stanford University, but a place called Crawford University, which I make up in my head. And I can't have a Governor Newsom in it, but I can have a blonde surfer boy who thinks he's governor and acts like Gavin Newsom. But I lack a hero. I don't have a hero. Who's the protagonist of this story? Who's the sane man in an insane world who, with his calm, rational, plotting approach to reality, highlights the insanity, the hysteria, and the power madness of everyone around him. And Nicole said, you should go meet my friend Jay Bhattacharya at Stanford. So I went over there to meet a professor of health economics, you know, one of the most exciting fields in America. Met Jay and thought, well, I'll interview him and I'll get some good sort of research notes for my character, whoever it might be. Well, we ended up speaking for 10 straight hours. 2 of them parked in his car at my motel at the end of the day after we had sworn we were going to stop talking. And I realized afterwards that my movie had written itself, that not only had I found a basis, now, and I'm going to continue to insist on this point, merely the basis for a character, not the character himself. Because no one would believe the real Jay Bhattacharya story. It's too good to be true. The guy who's almost thrown out of his own university for standing up and saying, you know, I just don't think we need to lock the world down. This thing may have spread already to an extent that we can't really contain it, and it might not be as deadly as you say. And then he ends up becoming the director of the NIH and doing this. I mean, who could believe that? So I thought a toned-down version of it might work. As I started writing the screenplay, I had one problem. His character was too good. He starts as a lowly podcaster, the host of Medicine by the Numbers, where public health statistics come alive. He's with his partner, everything's fine, but at a dinner, and when we meet him, he's dressing for a dinner, a gala banquet, much like this one. And if you know anything about Dr. Jay Bhattacharya, getting dressed for a banquet is probably a bit of a challenge for him because he's not the most fashion-aware person. He is now, but back then, not quite as much. He goes and he sits down where he's sitting now, his character does, while a man named Dr. Roman Fox mounts the podium, a rather short Italian man with a high opinion of himself and a sense of himself as a sex object despite his advanced years. He starts telling bad jokes, and the audience, full of people hoping to get grants from him, laughs uproariously, hoping to win his favor. So many scenes in this movie are sort of repeating themselves now in life that I feel almost like I'm having a hallucination. In this movie, while the people watch Dr. Roman Fox give his sexy demonstration of his egotistical greatness, because he is, after all, the science, people in the audience start surreptitiously scratching themselves. Because the disease that I substituted for COVID is a rash that's so mysterious no one even knows if it exists. Is it caused by people thinking it exists and scratching themselves? Or is it actually an outbreak? Is it hysteria? Or is it, is it a psychological, psychiatric disease? Or is it a epidemiological, epidermal disease? Through the course of this movie, we see all the mistakes that were made in COVID made in a way that I hope will allow us to laugh the second time where we cried the first time. We see the businesses close. We see the poor kid who is the only one in, the county where Stanford University is located, who still has to go on his bike every night and deliver food to yuppies who want to pay with their phone, Apple Pay, and he doesn't take it, We see all of the injustices, all of the wild deformations of social common sense. Churches close, schools close. But a drug surprisingly emerges, a drug that had laid sleepily on the shelves of a major pharmaceutical company for many years without a use and without a profit, as the rescue agent, the savior of this outbreak that has now paralyzed society. It's a psych drug that comes in inhalable form, and it is repurposed for the rash because it doesn't cure the rash, it cures caring about the rash. It's called Zenvidia, and it produces a Zen-like state in people of apathy and sort of non-verbal mental laziness. When they take Zenvidia, it's not that they stop itching, they just stop caring that they itch. What movies do is they transfer ideas or real-life situations, such as the herd instincts that I think were used against us during COVID, into vivid visual images that allow us a dreamlike sense of mastery over events that at the time felt out of control. What I like to tell people about this movie, which some like to hear, some don't like the metaphor, is that what I'm trying to do is come up with a vaccine for potential hysterias in the future. I don't want us to do COVID again. I don't want us to do it in the form of a pandemic. I don't want us to do it in the form of a war. I don't want us to do it in the form of any mass movement that is not made consciously, deliberately, rationally, and humanely. We went insane during COVID, and we have an example of sanity before us who stayed tied to the mast of science despite the whipping winds of, fury, libel, slander, hysteria, egotism, and so on. And he made it safely to this shore where he's hoping to guide this country through whatever challenges it faces next, and the ongoing challenge of keeping ourselves healthy in a world that is not always on our side. What I want to do is show you a brief sort of what they call teaser trailer that will condense the movie in just a minute and a half. It is at this point in its production. We're seeking funds. We're a lot like the grant seekers out, hoping to get, their cancer treatment funded by the NIH, except this is a lot cheaper. Costs a lot less to make a movie that will teach America how to approach the next moment when it is asked to go crazy in the name of whatever it might be than it does to, treat a new disease. I hope you'll watch it and realize that you survived the world's worst and most dangerous real-life Twilight Zone episode in COVID. By turning that experience into a work of art, into a drama, by turning that real-life drama into a fictional drama, we have a chance to immunize our minds, spirits, intellects, and emotions such that we do not get carried away the next time. And that's the reason you make movies, to give people mastery over life by telling stories. So we got a chance to look at the teaser trailer here, and I thank you for your attention.
The rash is what you make it, Neil. An opportunity. A set of them. Where did it come from? Will it disappear? Is it natural or customized? Those answers are mine to give. I am the science. The future's not a thrill ride. It's calm, controlled. No more racing around, chasing adventure, excitement. We're practicing for what comes next. The world's changing. It changed some time ago. You didn't notice. Sign the letter, Neil. Join the calm. Embrace the future.
One comment before I go. That was a rather spooky version of what will be a very funny movie, because at the same time, the COVID experience and the rash experience, I think, put the fear in us of all the mistakes we can make and all the ways we can go wrong. It has a happy ending, and it's sitting right here. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Welcome to our second panel. My name is Patrick Harriel. I'm a former White House Presidential Innovation Fellow and also former ARPA-H. It gives me great pleasure to invite back to the stage Dr. Jay Bhattacharya, the director of NIH, and also Dr. Anthony Latai, the director of the National Cancer Institute. So I'm going to follow a page out of Jay's professorial approach and do a little bit of a setup here. So this panel is about cancer and chronic conditions. Cancer is still the second leading cause of death in the United States, and there are over 60% of Americans who live with a chronic health condition. But having said that, because of the NIH and the NCI funding and research, cancer mortality rates have been reduced by 30%, and we heard that this morning, since the 1990s. And there are over 20 million cancer survivors who live amongst us. But yet, when we think about there's an ongoing, growing mistrust of the medical systems, because we're seeing that particularly among cancer patients, that there's a decline of conventional treatment in favor of alternative therapeutics. So this conversation is really around progress, priorities, and prevention. So with that framing in mind, I'd like to turn it to the both of you and start at a strategic level. I would love to understand, what are your strategic priorities as it pertains to cancer and also chronic conditions?
Tony, you should start.
Okay. With regard to cancer, I'd say that you hinted at sort of the mistrust. I will say, again, cancer does have a sort of live in a blessed state where polls will show, if you look at now, that like maintenance of trust in the sort of cancer research community has been maintained pretty well through the last few years, and there still is sort of an overwhelming trust of people who do cancer research and oncologists who give cancer care. That said, I do think that we would benefit from people having a better understanding of what the National Cancer Institute has done and how, when we see statistics like 70% 5-year survival with cancer, 30% reduction in mortality, as well as individual cancer, amazing improvements since over my career. A great example is the disease multiple myeloma, where when I was starting my training, median survival was 2 years or so. Now median survival is essentially not really known because people are living for something like a decade at least with the disease as a median. So there have been a lot of these individual victories, and if you watch TV, you'll see ads on TV for this drug from Lilly, that drug by Pfizer, something else by Novartis, that are often successful and very effective drugs that have changed people's lives in a lot of ways. What I think is missing is an appreciation is that for every single one of those drugs, it started with an NCI grant. And that's our responsibility to communicate that to people. And I think that will help trust and help people make good choices. And also, hopefully, we can communicate the methods that we use to get by prioritizing one drug over another. So we're going to start a communications campaign in cooperation with the NIH. I think Jay likes the idea too, where we're just going to start telling people, give an example of a great story, someone who's been cured of a disease, and then show like that's a great outcome. How did that happen? And then we can pinpoint. Started with this NCI grant, and then this NCI grant, and then this NCI grant. Because I can tell you, as I say, all these things started with NCI grants. So part of what we want to do in restoring trust and making better communications, and making a better communication with the American public, is to tell them what we've been doing. That yes, we have enjoyed a lot of taxpayer funding over the years, but it has also done a lot of good, and you are now realizing the benefits of all of that.
Jay?
Yeah, let me, I mean, Tony's exactly right. Like the investments that we've made in cancer over the decades. Let me just tell, to put some flesh on the bones of it, tell a little bit of a story of the conquest of Hodgkin's disease, Hodgkin's lymphoma, which is a kind of cancer. In 1950, if you had Hodgkin's lymphoma, it tended to hit young people, actually. It was a death sentence. Like there was basically no treatment that would work. Over the course of decades, slow progress with ideas from the bench, but then also randomized trial after randomized trial after randomized trial, tweaking the sort of formula for how you manage it. Hodgkin's disease now is a curable disease. Hodgkin's lymphoma is a curable disease. And it's remarkable to think that science can achieve something like that. Something that was a dread condition now entirely fixed. And, well, I mean, you still have to go through the chemotherapy and all that, which is kind of bad. But after you get through that, you're going to survive. I want to add another part to that, which is the part that's at least as important, which is how do we prevent cancers in the first place? Right? What lifestyles can we undertake? What diet can we eat? Both of those work together to address cancer. And the NCI is absolutely devoted to doing both. Tony, you can talk about the initiative you just told me about.
Right, an initiative that the NCI helped organize along with some of the other institutes at the NIH. That it does, I think, two excellent things. One, it puts a focus on prevention and screening. Phil Castle taught me this, and he works at the NCI, that the best cancer is the one you never get. And if we can prevent it with prevention and screening, that prevents a lot of morbidity, mortality, and expense. But we also recognize that there are parts of the country where not only access, but just the desire for screening is less. The uptake for screening is less. And these are geographically distributed sort of in a corridor where there are bad cancer outcomes east of the Mississippi, largely east of the Mississippi, but includes like Oklahoma, Alabama, let me see, West Virginia, Kentucky, and I think I might be leaving maybe Mississippi. But bottom line is these are communities that are not getting the screening that they need. And it's not just for cancer, it's for other metabolic diseases and heart diseases as well. So we want to put together a program. In fact, we put together a program that was sort of working up through the echelons, made it through the Bhattacharya echelon very recently, where we want to bring screening to these people, and we figure it'll be best performed if we can do it as a package where we do multiple screens at the same time. So the idea is to start it where it's needed most in this geographic distribution, but if successful, broaden it to cover the entire United States. And that's not going to happen overnight, but you have to start somewhere.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I just was going to expand upon that. Would love to actually get your take on the interplay between chronic conditions and cancer. In fact, how much of our cancer burden today is really a result of chronic inflammation or immune dysregulation?
So that is a very tough question, which is why Jay politely paused and let me address it.
You're the NCI director.
So if you look at it more broadly, part of what you can consider is like what proportions of cancer are sort of preventable, okay? I would say that it's worth acknowledging that certain aspects of cancer are bad luck, okay, and not preventable, okay? And I would say there's various different estimates of this. I'd say a working estimate would be something like maybe 40% of cancers would be preventable by either lifestyle interventions, screening, or whatever. So roughly half of cancers maybe are preventable. And we already know that there are certain inflammatory conditions that definitely contribute to cancer. These would include like Crohn's disease, ulcerative colitis, hepatitis, among, I'm probably leaving out a ton of other ones, that definitely, so we know this happens. So we do have individual screening programs that are directed at some of these. Some of these are driven by infections. And in some cases, vaccines have been shown to reduce the risk of some of these diseases. Examples would be the hepatitis B vaccine and the human papillomavirus vaccines, which reduce the risk of liver cancer or cervical cancer and some other cancers in the case of HPV. So another way of addressing some of these inflammatory and infectious conditions is to prevent the infection itself before it reaches an inflammatory stage.
Let me add to that one, a geeky subpoint. You know, you've heard of like whole body scans, right? There's this like the science fiction idea. If anyone's a Star Trek fan remembers the tricorder, you know, we just do the tricorder. We get Bones to like do a tricorder scan of you, and then they're going to be able to find the cancer and in its early stage and automatically get rid of it. The hard part about that, first you have to do science to like figure out what the early signs are, but also if you have an environment where there's sort of a low like the cancer is relatively rare, and you do a scan, no matter how almost no matter how accurate it is, a lot of the people that are positive are going to be false positives, because most of the people in the population are negative, and so you have to be very, very careful about these things, because you can cause people to feel tremendous anxiety over a deadly disease that people dread almost more than anything else, when in fact they don't have it. The genetic revolution, for instance, has led to the capacity potentially for us to be able to identify genetic risks of cancer for very, very large populations. But it's really noisy sometimes. Just because you have a genetic marker does not mean you're automatically going to get that cancer. And so then how do you change your life? What do you do? That's the hard question.
So one approach that we're interested in, this encompasses something you may remember, like the past couple decades, where we've been looking at like personalized cancer therapy, where perhaps you identify a mutation or some other feature of the cancer that says, this particular drug will work. Well, people are taking some of those concepts and moving it over to what we might call personalized prevention. That is to say, prevention and screening technologies that you don't apply to everyone, but rather you use some study to identify a high-risk group that you can selectively apply. Now, we already know how to do this in terms of certain lifestyles. For instance, smokers would benefit from lung CT screening. People with a family history of colon cancer would benefit from early colonoscopies. So we know some of this. Now we want to turn it to more molecular, terms, where can we study things about people, their genes, something else about them, their metabolism. Can we study something else about them that will indicate, they're at high risk for cancer X, and therefore they're a good place to employ screening tool Y. Because there you have less of a risk of false positives if you identify a high-risk population. I think Jay will agree with that. And so we sometimes think to move towards a better screening and prevention strategies might be a two-tiered system, where the first tier is sort of identifying a high-risk population, and the second tier is actually doing the definitive screening study.
So both of you just talked about screening and identification. From a budget and investment standpoint, how are you driving a delicate balance between prevention versus treatment, individualized care versus like population health impacts?
You know, I think one of the things about prevention is that frankly, it's held to too high a standard. What we ask sometimes of prevention is that it saves money, right? That any prevention measure you take, any screening measure you take, has to save money, right? But if you think about it, that's not right. If the prevention costs some money, but then prevents a whole bunch of human misery, illness, disease, cancers, it's worth spending money to do that, even if it doesn't reduce our total healthcare burden. It'll improve our health and well-being. And maybe that improvement of health and well-being may be money better spent than money treating people who've had advanced cancers. And so I think this tendency to say, okay, in the economics of this, to want to hold prevention to this, just a higher standard of what effects it's going to have is really actually kind of unfortunate. But that doesn't mean that every single thing you can do is the right thing to do. That's what Tony's talking about is so important, right? So you want the screening to be targeted, and the more advances we have in personalized medicine, where you can get better answers about you rather than population averages, the better we'll do with that. And it may be worth it even if it does cost some money.
Right, and it often will cost money. Generally speaking, we found, at least so far in cancer, a life saved from prevention versus a life saved via a curative therapy. The life saved via prevention is sort of cheaper, generally. I think, however, Jay points out that the difference between those may narrow as we're going for more and more cancers, but that doesn't mean it's the wrong thing to do.
And just on the treatment side, something that we're seeing as a growing trend clearly is an interest towards the off-patent, low-cost therapeutics in cancer, specifically ivermectin, mebendazole. I'm curious if NIH and NCI are going to establish some rigorous studies around it so we can understand the legitimacy behind these claims.
So first, mebendazole is actually in clinical trials, I think. So it probably functions in an understandable way, probably operating on a part of the cell called the microtubules, and we have other drugs that work that way. So it has one of the things we like to see in moving a drug forward, which is something of a plausible biological hypothesis. And it's being studied. It probably, just to be clear, we should frame our expectations a little. This is not, if it has any effect at all, it's not going to be a standalone drug that people take and cure their cancer. That doesn't mean it's not a useful therapeutic. It's being studied in combination with other things to see if it makes them work better. And that's completely legitimate because it's a well-tolerated drug, and if it makes other things work better, why not? With regard to ivermectin, both of these are anti-helminth, sort of like anti-worm, anti-parasitic type drugs. This operates, it's used, it actually won a Nobel Prize for its effect as an anti-helminth, and it works on invertebrates. We're all vertebrates, we all have spines. It works on invertebrates by inhibiting a particular type of chloride channel that we don't have. So you get a great therapeutic index. You know that it's going to operate on the invertebrate, but it's not going to operate on us, and that's why it works, and that's why it's a good drug for that. I would say the biological mechanism for it operating in cancer is less clear. It actually has been studied, both with NIH funds and outside of NIH funds, both in the Petri dish, and it's actually been in clinical trials. If it has a signal, and if it has ivermectin, if it has a signal, if it has efficacy, just again to frame expectations, it's not, at least on a population level, it's not going to be a cure-all for cancer. However, there are enough reports of it, enough interest in it, that we actually did, ivermectin in particular, did engage in sort of a better preclinical study of its properties and its ability to kill cancer cells, and we'll probably have those results in a few months. So we are taking it seriously. But I actually want to frame that part of your question a little differently, or get to another aspect, and that is, how do we figure out what drugs go forward? That isn't easy, because there's a lot of drugs and things outside what we conventionally call drugs, and we don't have the resources at the NCI, and the United States doesn't have the resources to bring everyone forward. It costs money, but it also costs patience, right? You need to really know if something works on a population level, you need to have a large number of patients, 100, maybe a couple hundred patients. And we can't be exposing these to these patients who need an effective therapy to futile therapies. So we have to prioritize what drugs we actually get to patients. And in order to do that, what we have found works pretty well is we want to have an identifiable mechanism of action, something plausible about why it would kill a cancer cell but not all the other cells in your body. Okay? We also want to see some preclinical data that it actually, if you put it on cells, it kills it. This is what I've done for my living for many years. And drugs that don't have the property of like killing cells in some way aren't going to be successful in the clinic. Then we have some other maybe more complex preclinical studies, including toxicity studies, to make sure that they indeed won't, even if they're killing cancer cells, if they kill your heart, that's no good. It won't be tolerable. Only then can we consider bringing them to clinical trials, and then it'll go into early phase clinical trials where we'll test it on people, and one of the priorities is to ensure that it's not toxic, maybe get an early signal of whether it actually has therapeutic advantage in a cancer. Now, some of these studies have actually been done in ivermectin, and I can tell you again, it's not a really strong signal. It's something we're continuing to study. It's a cheap drug, and it's tolerable, and in that respect, it's appealing. But I also want to say, this doesn't rule out, do hear individual reports of people having taken it and found that they had a response to their cancer. This doesn't invalidate their personal experience that really happened to them. The problem is, at the level of the NCI, we have to make decisions about whether going forward with the drug is going to, even if that person has a very legitimate experience of a response, that's not a question that we need to address. We need to address the next 100 people we treat, will they have a response? And that's why we need to do these clinical studies, which is, as I say, we are doing some of them. And if the answer turns out no, it doesn't invalidate that person's experience, but it doesn't really allow the NCI to recommend it as a drug that is likely to work for a broad population.
Can I follow up with that? Because it's striking, right? If you listen to Tony carefully, the openness that he has to new ideas, but then also applying the rigorous methods of science to those new ideas, right? I think a lot of the distrust, and frankly, some of the things I've seen be recommended for cancer that doesn't really have the backing, nothing we've talked about so far. They happen because the people don't trust medicine anymore. I think there was a JAMA study a couple years ago that only 40% of patients trust their own doctors, something on that order. It's absolutely shocking that this level of disconnect between the healthcare system and patients has come about. Because traditionally, the set of people that people trusted the most was their own doctor. And so a lot of the impetus, I think, for this is this distrust. What you're hearing at the NIH now is an openness to ideas, even ideas that scientists would say, oh, there's no way it could work, but nevertheless applying rigorous scientific methods to those ideas. You have to take ideas seriously, even ideas that we don't, I as a scientist would find unlikely. But if lots of people believe it and it's moving public health, we as an NIH have an obligation, again, to treat it seriously. And sometimes you learn things that you would never expect to learn.
So anyone here in the audience ever hear of an author named Ring Lardner? He's an American author of sort of early 20th century. He was a sports writer, but also a humorist. And he wrote a book that involved a travel with a son with his father, a young boy with his father. And at some point, the son asks his father a sort of tricky, somewhat potentially embarrassing question. And the quote I always remember is, "Shut up, my father explained." And I want to say that too often is the response that people have gotten from the public health community when they have an experience that's different from the canon, that they have an experience or they have a question that's different, or they want to question some underlying assumptions. And rather than giving it a respectful hearing and framing an answer in words that a lay person can understand, too often that person is dismissed or met with derision. And that's no way to perform public health. In order to restore the trust, there has to be some mutual respect. I understand that the people that I'm going to be talking to a lot of the time aren't trained in oncology, just like I'm not trained in say, refrigerator repair or flying an airplane, okay? They're going to know more about that than me. I wouldn't be expected to repair a refrigerator. So we have to communicate using words that people understand. And part of that communication is I think, explaining the methods we use to prioritize some drugs over others. I can assure you, at the NCI at least, we aren't motivated by preserving profit for big corporations, which you hear that said, or we are motivated by one thing, and that is to reduce the burden of cancer in America.
Firstly, it's fantastic to hear that we're running these tests and running these trials, and so yes, absolutely, let's do an applause. Because often the pre-trial economics is a rate-limiting factor in deciding what drugs are going to be tested or not. So, and that's a gap that the big pharma will leave behind, and it's great to see like the NCI will step up and address some of those.
Yeah, you just spoke about early phase clinical investigation. Another thing we need to do that I'm going to start getting more involved in. So I keep talking about things I'm starting. I want you all to realize I started September 29th. The government immediately shut down for 7 weeks. Then there was Thanksgiving, then there was Christmas, then we're faced with other things. So I'm talking about starting a lot of things because it just hasn't been possible to put a lot
Tony's,
into effect.
if you, like actual days in work, it's I think it's like a month and a half. I think you've been in, I mean, it's amazing how much he's accomplished in 6 weeks. Just wait for, 6 years.
But one of the things we recognize is that all clinical trials, including early phase, I'm going to focus briefly on early phase clinical trials. That's when we don't really know as much about the safety or the efficacy of the drugs, are too slow. It's too slow to get from concept to a finished trial in the United States. And there's a lot of different bodies involved in how this, why this is. Okay, there's the NCI, the FDA, the individual cancer centers, and other groups as well that are involved. And what's important is everyone recognizes it's too slow, but what's important is to recognize where the blocks are and how to make it better. And I've mentioned this before, what I find is if you're talking to one person, it's always the people not in the room that are to blame. And even though everyone is well-intentioned. So part of what we want to do is bring everyone together. And this, I explained to Jay and I talked to the secretary about this, and he's very anxious to move this along, not only for the sake of just improving our access to better medicines in America, but it also becomes a biotechnology competitiveness issue, where our early phase clinical trials are going overseas, some going to China, but believe it or not, a lot of them going to Australia. Okay, Australia, which is not a totalitarian state experimenting on political prisoners, they just figured out ways to do things faster and more efficiently. So we need to learn about how they're doing things, for instance, and bring it back here so we can once again do our own early phase clinical trials here in the United States.
Thank you. I have another controversial question. There's a growing concern among patients about COVID vaccines and possibly resultant cancer presentations. And I'm curious to get both of your take on that. How does NIH respond to it? What can NIH and NCI do to really possibly run studies to validate or discredit those claims?
Well, I can start. So one thing I say, the data to date is lacking. I think we can rule out a big signal with regard to, say, COVID vaccination inducing tumors. Of course, there are literature as well as individual patient experiences. I got the shot and then my tumor was recognized. Now, I'll get back to that in a second. But so far, the epidemiologic data doesn't support a big risk. I think we can't eliminate a small risk yet, and further studies need to be done. And indeed, we're studying that at the NCI, and probably others are studying it in addition. But I also want to point out two potential explanations for the experience. One of the experiences that is sometimes reported is like, I got a COVID vaccine, and then a week later, my cancer was diagnosed. So, and a causal relationship is made. I'd say even in the reports of some of the reports of, oh, is there an increased risk, or some of these observations, they make it clear that they cannot establish a causal relationship. And I just want to point out hundreds of millions of people in the United States got COVID vaccines, and many people, a couple million people a year, are diagnosed with cancer. So there's always going to be some concordance between those two events. With regard to sort of the rapid inflammatory growth of a cancer or observation of a tumor, I would say this, that's inconsistent with almost any tumor that we know that would go from undetectable to detectable within just a couple weeks. I would guess in some of these cases there's a plausible alternative explanation, and that is that the COVID vaccine is acting as some sort of a broad immunostimulant, and that actually there's a tumor there that is swelling because of the body's immune response to it that was maybe a little bit latent, but a COVID reaction woke up. To support that, there actually is evidence that the co-administration, fortuitous, I don't think it was intentional, co-administration of COVID vaccines with certain immuno-oncology drugs approved by the FDA actually improved treatment. So I suspect in some of these cases what we're seeing is an inflammatory reaction that is provoked by the COVID vaccine that makes a cancer that was already there more detectable because you get a swelling. I don't know that. That's just a hypothesis.
I'll tell you, like I was a critic of the use of the COVID vaccine, especially in young people, because I thought that the sort of the risk-benefit profile didn't make sense, and there was early signals of heart swelling, myocarditis, especially in young men, that I found very concerning, and I've also been looking at this evidence, more from an epidemiological point of view than a cancer biology point of view, for a link between COVID vaccine administration and cancer risk, and I'm not seeing it. Again, as Tony says, that doesn't mean that it's invalidating the experience of people who have cancer, that have had cancer in close conjunction with getting a COVID vaccine. The causal relationships like this are very difficult to find. And to me, the way that I'm thinking about approaching this is, I want to take those ideas seriously and address them with rigorous science. I don't want to just dismiss them because I personally don't think I'm seeing this link. And so, we're asking questions that, I think that traditionally the old NIH wouldn't ask. The goal is to apply rigorous science to answer those questions in a respectful way. And that's.
I also want to say is that what I'm saying, I'm giving you what I understand about the science. And I don't want you to make a bridge to a specific policy indication. I would say that if you're using as a policy indication, this vaccine does not cause cancer, that's the lowest bar ever for a policy indication. That is definitely not good enough to recommend any therapeutic or preventative that it doesn't cause cancer. So I'm not making a policy recommendation. I'm just saying, as far as I understand, there isn't a great linkage between administration of the vaccine and getting cancer.
Thank you for that answer. I want to switch gears and talk about pediatric cancer. This was called out in the MAHA strategy report that came out in September. How are we thinking about it? It's still the #1 cause of death in children in America. What can families expect in terms of both research from a prevention and treatment perspective?
So, pediatric cancer is and has been for a long time a high priority at the NCI. The support that we give for pediatric cancer research exceeds its sort of epidemiologic frequency, because I think we recognize that there is a special horror and a special burden of a child getting cancer that goes beyond what there is for an adult getting cancer. And so we support very basic research, very basic molecular research that contributes to the conquest of pediatric tumors. We fund clinical trials for pediatric tumors. We also do cell biology research that affects pediatric tumors. Sometimes we can directly classify these as pediatric studies. Sometimes it's just more general basic biology that can then be applied to pediatric studies. But I can assure you, we spend many hundreds of millions of dollars a year studying pediatric cancer. And these have yielded benefits. I think one of the most obvious benefits over the years is you can look at pediatric acute lymphoblastic leukemia, kids' leukemia. The cure rate for that now in the United States is about 90%. And this was due to a lot of excellent biology as well as painstaking clinical trials over the last, I'd say, 30 years, where we went from a single agent at Sidney Farber at the Dana-Farber Cancer Institute, to today's regimens, which now, by the time you're done treatment, probably you've seen 9 or 10 different drugs, and you can't assemble something like that overnight. But patient, careful, scientific empiricism essentially conquered the disease of pediatric ALL.
You know, I spent the most depressing month of my life at the Dana-Farber Cancer Institute as a medical
Finish the
student.
sentence.
I was a medical student in the pediatric cancer ward, and they treat not just ALL, but a whole host of other pediatric cancers that we don't have great answers for. Right. And then so the conversations with parents is just excruciatingly painful.
Yeah, but we have definitely not stopped. Yeah, yeah, we're not declaring victory. I think this administration is firmly behind it too. I think you can recognize that. If you look at right before the shutdown, September 30th, the final executive order was an executive order for an earmark of $50 million toward the Childhood Cancer Data Initiative to apply artificial intelligence to that at the NCI, which we have done. But I think that shows that this is high in the mind at the highest levels of the administration and in the NCI to continue research in pediatric cancer.
Absolutely. And let me give you another concrete step we've taken. So we have at the NIH a clinical center. It's America's research hospital. And it's a fantastic place. But what we don't have the capacity to do is see really, really sick kids. And so I've ordered the establishment of a pediatric intensive care unit. And now we were seeing some sick kids, but now we've doubled down on our investment on that. The reason why that's important is that means that we can initiate research projects just in the bench-to-bedside way, bedside-to-bench-to-bedside way that Matt was talking about earlier, at the NIH directly. With this investment in this pediatric intensive care unit, because now we can really manage sick kids there. In order to get answers for kids with pediatric cancers that aren't like ALL, where we have such great answers now, we have to have that capacity. And even in ALL, it's still very important. Like one of the big things about ALL is that I think this was true certainly when I was a med student. I think it's a little less true now. But like the treatments would lead, you'd cure the cancer, and then 20, 30 years later, the kids who had been cured of cancer would show up with heart failure from the chemotherapy. And there's been a lot of work to address that.
Right. So there's curing the cancer, and then there's also improving the survivorship, the experience of survivorship after that, so people can emerge from these treatments with normal intellect, normal longevity, normal hearts. We feel that's very important. Another nice feature of the NIH is so if you bring a sick child there and they might have a long therapy, you might want a place to stay. And there's this beautiful thing called the Children's Inn at the NIH that is nonprofit organization.
That patients and clinicians can start to see as tangible outcomes of that taking more intellectual risk posture.
Well, part of the issue of risk is some are going to fail. So we can't hold the standard that every one of those things has to score if it's a high risk. But I'll give you an example of a high-risk proposal that we're pursuing that you'll hear more of in the coming months, which is cancer vaccines. Okay? Now, cancer vaccines are very different from vaccines to prevent infection. When you're using vaccines to prevent infection, you're often vaccinating a population of healthy people. So you got to be really sure it's a super safe vaccine. In the case of cancer vaccines, you're talking about someone who likely has an expected survival of less than a year. Okay? Very different population, so you're willing to do more innovative things and take greater risks. Okay? There's a lot of cancers where the treatment starts with initial operation. Let's say pancreatic cancer, so the pancreatic tumor is removed. But we know there's a very high risk of recurrence. Most of the people recur, and most of the times they will die of their tumor. So how do we prevent that? Well, and that's known. I mentioned pancreatic cancer because that's known as a very tough tumor to treat. What's exciting is in the last few years, people have, because the immune system is so complex, it's hard to do that outside of a patient. So we need to get to clinical trials faster. So I've started an initiative where we've empaneled a series of experts from around the country. how can we do this? And want to organize several layers of funding, both from the government as well as non-governmental sources, to give these people the resources they need to place a bet on a few of these strategies and see, can we really finally make an impact in some of these really tough diseases? So that's what I mean. So taking a risk is going to take resources, and we could spend this money and find out, and all we find out is, well, that didn't work, okay? And then we'll have to try something different. But that's part of what a high-risk initiative looks like.
Can I tell a pair of stories related to this? Because just the idea of using our immune system to attack cancer was a radical idea in the 1990s when I was a medical student. It took a lot of intellectual courage to get to the point where you could even try them. Frankly, I think it just took too long. And now what you're seeing is the fruition of these ideas, which I'm really hopeful that they'll pay off with big advances in how we treat really intractable cancers. So that's a success story of a risk taken. Let me give you another story of a cancer approach called anti-angiogenesis. In the late 90s, so this is a drug that prevents your body from producing blood vessels. Cancers are fed by blood vessels. In fact, one of the things that solid cancers often do is send out signals to your body to produce blood vessels because they need to get fed, right? And so the idea was that anti-angiogenesis drugs would potentially solve all solid tumors. That was the promise I remember hearing in late in medical school.
Right. Jim Watson, it's going to cure all cancer.
It's cure all cancer. It didn't work out. That was a risk that did not pay off. But that same strategy is now used to treat retinal bleeding and macular degeneration, right? That strategy of anti-angiogenesis turns out to have an impact on fundamental eye diseases that cause blindness for countless people. With a strategy that ultimately didn't work at the scale one hoped for cancer.
Okay, I have one more question, and then we'll go to the audience and get their questions. Jay, you spoke about, in your opening remarks, about bringing upon the second scientific revolution and replication being at the core of it. I'm curious to get both of you pointed view on this as to, is there a landmark study within cancer and within chronic conditions that you would like to see replicated?
Okay, I'm gonna punt on that specific question, but I will say that there's a really interesting study about trying to replicate I think it was 100 landmark studies in cancer biology, where the conclusion from this replication effort, randomly chosen papers, was that most of them didn't even describe their methods in sufficient detail where a replication could actually happen. That's a major problem, right? So, so the replication revolution then gives you a chance to look and say, well, look, we shouldn't believe a result just because it's published. At the same time, the reason I'm punting on this is I don't want the government to pick and choose and identify studies to go after. I've seen this kind of power used essentially to go after disfavored people too much. I want the scientific community to engage with that and say, well, what are the ideas, sort of the rate-limiting step ideas, where if it turns out to be true, then the field will go one way. If it turns out to be false, the field will go another way. And focus our replication efforts on those things, not where the government's picking and choosing which scientific ideas to pick at, but rather to let the scientific community embrace this collaborative spirit of replication that ought to be the standard of truth in science.
Yeah, I think that's right. The one point I want to make is that with regard to replication, that crisis is generally not applied to most, I think, clinical trials, because it's hard to, unless there's absolute fraud, which is highly unusual, because it's hard if you enroll the right number of patients and you show a significant effect in those patients. That is something that is hard to sort of uproot and overturn. But the preclinical studies that drive those clinical trials, I think, is where we are interested. And I think Jay's right. You want to go after the highly leveraged ones, the ones where, hey, if that's true, man, we got to make a big investment in it. If it's false, we should leave it alone. Those are the ones that you got to go after.
On the clinical trials, sometimes you do see some reversals, right? You see clinical trial A finds something, and then clinical trial B finds the opposite, or finds a different result. Often those are learning experiences, because the idea that, and the things that worked in situation A doesn't generalize to situation B, and then you try to figure out why that's the case. The replication crisis goal isn't to like invalidate a whole bunch of ideas, but rather to stimulate a conversation among scientists about why things work when they do work, what are the conditions, just to do more rigorous science.
Excellent. Thank you very much. All right, here's some audience questions. Like some of these questions we've covered already, but I think it'll be good to just touch upon them in case there's more to add. Here's one question. The gold standard for cancer treatment is surgery, radiation, chemo, and immunotherapy. Yet alternative treatments are not researched or even discouraged by oncologists. Why is that?
So I'd have to hear what the specific alternative treatments are, but I guess what I would say is the scientific method shouldn't be a mystery. I'd say, in general, the standard by which oncology, the NCI, wants to progress is you have a treatment you're in favor of. And I don't care what it is, naturopathic treatment, drug, immunotherapy, whatever it is, and you think it works. The way you know that it works for a population is you give some people that treatment and other people don't get that treatment, and you see who does better. Where there is evidence in studies like that, that the thing that you gave to these people made them better than the people who didn't get it, we pursue it no matter where the origin of that comes from. The problem is there's a lot of claims, I think, made out there, and way more claims than we can go after. So we prioritize going after the ones where there is actually, in a controlled fashion, some scientific evidence supporting the ability of these interventions to work. So it's hard without knowing the exact ones you're talking about, like where the evidence is lacking. But I think one of the things generally I found when I look, because I do look into these things, is there isn't enough evidence to go forward because there haven't been studies in a controlled fashion.
And I just say, like, the immunotherapy is a good example of where that paradigm, chemotherapy, radiation therapy, and surgery are the only methods. Well, that's not true anymore, right? Immunotherapy potentially could be a new methodology for treating cancer, right? So the idea of the NIH is not to exclude new ideas anymore. If new promising ideas come up, we want to look at them. But that, I told you earlier, 100,000 applications a year, and we have to pick 8 to 10,000 of them. It means that many good ideas may get left on the table. The changes that we've been instituting at the NIH is to allow more of those good, ideas. You can't know in advance if they're going to be good, but good or bad, to get a fair hearing. And so it's again, a slow and frustratingly slow, especially for patients who have cancer, process. But it's the only process we know of that actually makes advances in improving health for people in with such dire conditions.
I'd also say there is a risk if there's insufficient evidence to support something. What I hate to see is a situation where there is an effective standard of care therapy available, and that gets set aside in exchange for something that has a lower chance of working. That's something that I do think we should try to avoid.
In those cases, Dr. Latai, I'm curious to get your take. If there's insufficient evidence, should the NCI try to get critical mass of evidence? Like, should you lead the way in getting more data?
I mean, so I'll just try to repeat a concept. So that there's, it's hard to address this specifically because I don't know the exact instance you're talking about, but I can tell you that there are many, many, many different, if you want to call them hypotheses out there about how this thing, that thing, or the other thing should work for cancer. Unfortunately, we don't have the resources to definitively test all of them. So we prioritize studying ones where there is, the more evidence, the better. If there's a plausible biological mechanism, if there is a therapy or a thing that can be made or created or brought to bear in sort of a reproducible fashion, that will help us prioritize our efforts. But I don't think it's true that we don't. So we have, enormous efforts screening natural products, tens of thousands, I think probably hundreds of thousands of natural products from around the world. We actually have people going around the world collecting marine plants, mollusks, you name it, all these different things, and extracting natural products and exposing them to cancer cells to see if we see an effect. Okay, this is something that is currently underway, like right now. We continue to do that. And we do that for one reason, to identify things that are outside the normal canon of things that we use that might be novel drugs that we could bring to bear. I would guess most of the, it's hard for me to know because I would guess that most of the chemicals, drugs, supplements that might be at issue here have already been tested at the NCI, and if we haven't pursued them, it's likely because they haven't shown sufficient evidence in controlled experiments to actually kill cancer cells, which is what we need to see.
Thank you, Dr. Bhattacharya. Another question from the audience. For progressive pediatric cancer and rare diseases, time itself is a critical variable. How does NIH weigh the ethical cost of waiting for perfect data when children are losing from irreversible function in the meantime?
I mean, we take our commitment to studying rare diseases very seriously, because I've talked to so many parents now with patients, with kids who have rare conditions or with sort of advanced cancer. And you're absolutely right, Patrick. Like time is of the essence. But the question is, like, what do you do there, right? Do you make a promise that you don't know is going to be kept? Is that kind of sort of the right thing to do, or do you put them, give them the sort of the care that we know is the best available, and then put them in a setting where their experience can inform the outcomes of others? Sometimes it works out, like you get a major advance, and then all of a sudden you can treat lots of other people with the same thing. But often it doesn't work out, because you're essentially trying to do experimental therapies that we don't know for certain. The ethical obligation we have in science is to not lie to people, right? You have to say, look, here's what's known so far, and here's what's not known, and we're doing the best we can to give you a good advice in a very difficult situation. The unethical thing to do is to promise that something is going to work when you have no idea it's going to work. In fact, I think that's just cruel to do someone in that situation.
Right. In practical terms, it's very unusual that we have something that we really think is going to work that we would not use or would forbid a patient to get. Part of the issue, though, really goes beyond the NIH, and part of this involves interaction with the FDA. And I know the FDA, so you need, in order to start a new clinical trial with a new agent, FDA needs to approve it in something called an IND, initial new drug application. So I think that's initial. And so I will say we're in good shape. We have an FDA that is very willing to change things and is very willing to respond to deficiencies in its system, and is very motivated to make things go faster. So part of this does have to do with that approval process, but I believe that they're very sensitive to that, and they are working to make some of these sort of initial IND approvals more rapid, especially in circumstances where the patient is very high risk, where they don't have a lot of time, and we need to test quickly.
I mean, there's a recent success story. Everyone heard of baby KJ? He was a kid that had a very rare condition, and there was an NIH-funded advance in, I think, the University of Pennsylvania, where they could use essentially like a genetically edited cell therapy, and treat him in a way that would we thought actually address this rare condition. This rare condition that almost always leads to death, and it worked. And it was a collaboration between the university, the professors of the university, the NIH, and the FDA, which approved the capacity to go forward with this. The idea now that you can use cell therapies, essentially N-of-1 therapies that are tailored to patients, is going to mean the need for a new regulatory structure, right? Requiring large randomized trials for personalized medicine interventions that have the potential to work, well, we have to be very careful that people aren't promising things that really have no chance of working, taking advantage of patients in their sort of worst times in their lives, but also at the same time permitting the trying of new ideas out in a setting where there are all these amazing technologies coming out that potentially could transform the management of these conditions.
Okay, we'll take two more questions. Here's another question from the audience. Early detection is not the same as prevention. How do you think about the difference between these, and how should the relative allocation of resources be between these two?
They are definitely not the same thing, but they often have to go hand in hand. For instance, you have to, observe a colon polyp. The colonoscopy is an example where the two are pretty unified. That is to say, in many cases, during a colonoscopy, you can observe a precancerous polyp, and during that same colonoscopy, do the prevention, which is removing that polyp. That's actually a rare instance. Most of it are like that. I would say that it's probably not useful to do screening unless you can follow that up with some sort of response to that screening that's usually either preventative or treatment related. So they are very different things, but both are important in terms of like allocating resources to these. I mean, we have to do both. There's no point in having screening without some sort of preventive aspect to it, and it's very hard to know how to direct prevention without some sort of screening aspect.
This is one of the reasons I want to bring health economics back to the NIH. Questions like that are fundamentally have an economic component, right? Because the question is how effective are these? There's a scientific questions that health economists are really good at addressing. Do you do A or B? What mix of A? And Tony's 100% right. You have to do both. And so, like, guiding, the NIH doesn't make public health decisions like that. We don't get to decide how much money goes to screening versus how much money goes to prevention. But we can do research that help guide people who do make such decisions. And I think that it's a vitally important one. For a lot of the prevention interventions, eat real food, I think, is a pretty good intervention. Exercise regularly is a pretty good intervention for cancer. So, yeah.
Okay, final question here. Cancer mortality has decreased by 30%, but the total mortality and lifespan has stagnated, implying an increase in non-cancer causes of death. Shouldn't the successes of cancer treatments clearly define the effects on non-cancer and total mortality?
Yeah, I mean, I'm a health economist. I'm an economist, so it's always delivering bad news. So the bad news is we're going to die of something. And so if you improve cancer mortality, the flip side is that you're going to die of something else, right? That's not necessarily bad news, but the bad news is that our overall life expectancy has not improved. And so the advances in cancer have not been met with advances in other chronic conditions. And there's still, as Tony said, like tremendous needs in need for advances in knowledge for cancer.
Still the second highest killer, I believe, overall.
Exactly. I mean, the only approach to this that makes any sense is an all of the above approach. And actually, the idea of like healthy food, healthy lifestyles, the great thing about those kinds of interventions is that they have the potential of impacting so many different conditions and diseases. The goal isn't to like help people live forever. That's not within our capacity. The goal is to have people live longer, healthier lives.
Thank you very much, Dr. Latai and Dr. Bhattacharya. That concludes our panel.
this fall.
He's going to sit there, so you sit here, I'll sit here.
Hello, everybody. Okay. Hey, hey. I brought mine back so I can take them. Okay, all right. Hi, everyone. We have to move forward. The longer you sit there, the less time you have to listen to me talk, and you don't want to pass that one up. Maybe you want to pass that one up. Okay, everyone, can we all take our seats? We got this one more 45 minutes, and then we're going to break. And you are totally 100% missing out on listening to me talk right now. That's what you're doing. You are making a huge, huge Friday mistake. Like, terrible mistake every one of you is making right now by not being quiet and listening to me talk. I'm good.
Okay, guys, it's time for the next session. Let's get started. Please have a seat. You guys, this is going to be like the best of the. No, actually, I can't promise that. This is going to be a really good session.
When I was in the Army, we had this one guy, one of my officers. He was he was talking about going to West Point, and they had this one professor who, right before the class, everyone's yelling. He wouldn't just like, everyone need to climb out. He'd be like, silence. Okay, thanks everyone. This is our next to last one, right? Okay. My name is Paul Thacker. I'm an investigative reporter. I used to also work on the Hill. I ran a lot of investigations into corruption at the NIH back when I worked for Senator Grassley. I was interested in the NIH because what we were looking at was corruption in science and medicine, and if you understand the way science and medicine works, the sort of spring from which a lot of where the funding starts, which is how you end up with problems further downstream, is basically the NIH. So we were looking at trying to fix some problems at the NIH. And believe it or not, when he was up for confirmation, a guy named Francis Collins came through my office, and I spoke to him for about 2 minutes, explaining him all the problems. He came through the office because he knew I was creating problems for the Institute. And I said, what I'd like you to do is fix the corruption problems there. I was very earnest when I was telling him this stuff, and he passed through my office, and I was out about 6 months later with a source I had at the NIH. We're out for drinks, and he said, yeah, they don't care. He just wants more money. So I want to talk a little about what the NIH is. I want to give you a little history of why we're here talking about the NIH and the NIAID, which is the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases. NIH was established in 1887 as a marine hospital. In 1984, a man named Tony Fauci was named director of the NIAID. He had joined the NIH in 1968, before I was born. On September 18, 2001, just days after the 9/11 attacks, we had the anthrax attacks, which was there were envelopes with powder sent around to several media outlets, congressional offices. 22 people who were infected with anthrax and 5 died. There was other morbidities I don't think that we talk about. A guy that I worked with in the Senate had taken a drug called Cipro, and he was disabled. He was a 55-year-old man walking up the Senate halls with a cane. Following that, we had a huge change that happened in NIAID. 2002, the Bush administration, they quintupled the biodefense to $317 million. 2003, Bush requested $2 million for biodefense. That was more than the budget for breast cancer, lung cancer, stroke, and tuberculosis. And Cheney started concentrating civilian biodefense at the NIAID, where a man named Tony Fauci was. At the State of the Union in 2003, Bush called for $6 billion for development and stockpiling of vaccines. In 2004, he signed the Biodefense for the 21st Century, a comprehensive plan. By 2005, what was $53 million for biodefense in 2001 was now at $1.5 billion in 2005. March 2005, 750 of about 1,200 scientists sent a letter to the NIAID complaining that the mission had changed away from dealing with fungal pathogens and bacterial pathogens to focusing only on biodefense, and this was at the expense of basic research. In December of 2011, Fauci and Collins wrote an essay for the Washington Post that called for more gain-of-function research, even though it might be risky. December 31st, 2019, Taiwan notified the WHO about a respiratory virus in China. On February 1st, if you read the emails, there was a famous phone call by Tony Fauci, Collins, and a man named Jeremy Farrar, who ran the Wellcome Trust, which is one of the biggest funders of biomedical research, with a bunch of virologists. And what Fauci wrote later in an email was two things. The virus didn't look natural, and it started in Wuhan, where the NIH was funding gain-of-function research at a lab there. So what responded? February 19th, a bunch of scientists published a statement in The Lancet that claimed a possible lab accident was a conspiracy theory. Well, we found out later that that was all orchestrated by a guy named Peter Daszak, who was running EcoHealth Alliance, which was funded by the NIH for gain-of-function research in Wuhan. February 26th, a bunch of virologists published a commentary on emerging microbes and infections that claimed it was a conspiracy theory to speculate the pandemic started in a lab. We found out later through emails it was ghostwritten by Shizheng Li at the Wuhan Institute of Virology and Ralph Barrick, one of the leading coronavirus researchers at the University of North Carolina. And then on March 17th, scientists published a paper called Proximal Origins in Nature Medicine to conclude a lab accident was not plausible. We found out later through congressional investigators that this was ghostwritten by Jeremy Farrar at the Wellcome Trust. To this day, we really have no definitive proof about how this pandemic started. Although I would argue that the best proof we have is the proof through the emails that there was a cover-up to distract attention away from the NIAID, and this cover-up was run by the NIAID. And with that, we're going to talk a little bit about the changes that are coming up at the NIAID. You know Matt Memley, you know Jay Bhattacharya. John Powers, can you introduce yourself, please?
I'm John Powers. I'm the Principal Senior Advisor to Dr. Taubenberger here in the Office of the Director in NIAID.
And Jeffrey Taubenberger, can you introduce yourself too?
Hi, I'm Jeff Taubenberger. I'm the Acting Director of NIAID.
So I want to start off with, and I don't know if this is, maybe Jay, you can answer this, start off with this. There's a new vision for NIAID, and what prompted this? Why did you have to do this? I tweeted out that what you were doing is you were erasing Tony Fauci's history from the Institute. What prompted this?
Okay, so Tony Fauci no longer leads the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Disease. This is something that I learned from Jeff and Matt Memley, both of whom worked for a very long time in the NIAID, in the trenches. And the key pillars that upheld the NIAID for decades under Tony Fauci's leadership were HIV, civilian biodefense, and basically almost everything else, including all the diseases, infectious diseases that infect humans, and all the immunology research, all of that fell into the sort of other bucket. For me, it's tremendously important that we have an allergy and infectious disease institute that actually addresses the human health problems that are caused by infectious diseases. And that are caused by our immunological systems. One of the things I learned from Dr. Taubenberger is that Jeff, I'm going to call you Jeff. I'm sorry. Is that these things, if you're going to investigate them, you have to investigate them understanding that they're intricately connected to each other, right? There are so many infectious diseases that still harm humans at scale. And so many conditions, like some of which are like seen as intractable, that relate to sort of disordered immune function. Chronic Lyme is a good example of this. Sometimes there's an intersection of the two, where an infection leads to immunological dysfunction and then long-term disability, where patients are gaslit because we haven't made the right investments, we haven't made the big advances in knowledge to give good answers to patients. And so under my leadership and under the leadership of Jeff, we're transforming the NIAID away from this old model. By the way, we're still very interested in getting of reducing HIV transmission to near zero. We're not, so don't take this as saying we're no longer interested in HIV. But we are going to treat HIV along with all the other conditions that infectious diseases that harm humans, and take them as seriously as we ought to always have been taking them. Allow the researchers that are brilliant at doing research in these areas, give them a chance of advancement, while also embracing the field of immunology, giving it its full due. It's a complete transformation of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Disease away from this old model that Paul laid out, sort of the litany of direction.
So, just, Jeffrey, I want to ask you this. I think you might be able to answer this then. So what happens to the biodefense part then? If you're shifting away, the biodefense research is still going to be going on. Is it just under a new rubric, or what's going on there?
So the goal here is, as Jay was saying, is that the mission of our institute is to study research relating to immunologic, allergic, and infectious diseases. And if you think of the host response and the pathogen causing disease, these are two sides to one coin. And they actually happen together, right? The pathogen by itself doesn't cause disease, and the host doesn't cause the disease. It's the interaction of the host and the pathogen that causes the disease. So whether it's a very common disease like seasonal flu or a common cold, or something unusual like an emerging Ebola outbreak or something, in every case, it is that case. So I think it makes much more sense to think of the Institute's mission as to look at naturally occurring infectious diseases. The way that I'm thinking about biodefense is that it doesn't really fit into the mandate of NIAID, which is that I think of that as a sort of biosecurity threat where an actor has a biological agent that is not circulating in humans for which there is a threat. And those things are real and absolutely important, but I think there are other parts of the government that deal with those things directly. Our institute's mandate is to look at infectious diseases that exist now that we can do something about to impact and mitigate health. And so I just wanted to, I have a card because I want to get this exactly right. I have printed out a little sentence from the Code of Federal Regulations of the United States government. It's volume 42, in case you don't have it with you. And what it says is the purpose of the Institute. The general purpose of NIAID is to conduct and support research, training, health information dissemination, and other programs with respect to fundamental immunology, allergic and immune-mediated diseases and disorders, and infectious diseases. It doesn't say we make policy. It doesn't say we should do outbreak investigation. It says that we should do research on infectious, immunologic, and allergic infectious diseases. We are going to do research that informs policymakers. We're not making policy.
And something to add to this, too, that everyone should keep in mind is, so this idea of biodefense and pandemic preparedness, the way to be prepared for events that we can't predict or even know what's going to happen is to fund research on diseases that are affecting people now, right? We affecting people in our country, sometimes in other countries, and understand those diseases. The most likely agent to be used as a biological weapon or to cause a pandemic are agents that are either exist now and are affecting people or are going to be derivatives of those. right? A new virus that appears that's just like a new influenza or let's hope not, a manipulated virus. So by studying the diseases that we know exist that are actually causing morbidity and mortality now in humans, we can learn what we need to learn to be prepared for those unpredictable events. Because in the case of viruses, and Jeff and I are both respiratory virus researchers, what we know is they are predictably unpredictable. So trying to say we know what's going to cause the next pandemic and we can prepare for that is ridiculous. We don't know what it's going to be. So we need to study the diseases that are affecting human beings and be prepared that way. And that's where this goes, essentially.
Can I just add one thing to that?
Sure.
So as an example, as Matt was just saying, let's think about seasonal influenza. So right now we're just heading into flu season. It's the word seems to be that this is likely to be one of the worst for the flu seasons. There's a lot of variability year to year, and we have no ability to predict that. We can look at that in retrospect. We can understand the severity of an impact after it's happened, but we can't predict the change from year to year. So while certainly influenza pandemics have occurred in the past, and there are billions and trillions of influenza viruses and hundreds of wild animal and domestic animal species, and that they can move around, and we don't understand the rules. We can't predict when a pandemic will occur, where it will occur, how severe it will be, what subtype of influenza will be. We just can't make those predictions. So what we can do is think about what can we do now to improve public health in relation, say, to influenza. Something that people are very concerned about is the development of a pandemic, and billions of dollars have been spent toward pandemic preparedness. And yet, when you look at the statistics, 85% of people who've died in the United States in the last 100 years have died of seasonal flu, not of pandemic flu. And yet, there's so little emphasis on the importance of that, and yet, year in and year out, hundreds of millions of people get the flu around the world, and hundreds of thousands of people end up in the hospital. And in the United States, somewhere between 30 and 50,000 people die every year of seasonal influenza. So I'm not downplaying at all the importance of trying to do what we can to prepare for pandemics that can occur in the future, and we can talk about that more. But we should be thinking about that what we can do, as Matt was just saying, was to better prepare for the future by preparing to better deal with what we're facing today.
So starting in 2020, a lot of us learned this idea. There's this thing called gain of function research. I want either Jeffrey or John to explain what is gain of function, because what I saw was it's this complex issue, and then what I felt what the NIH did is as we started asking questions, they tried to complexicate it. Complexicate is what I say when you make it both complicated, right, and difficult to follow. Let's make it, so that's what they did. What is this, and how is NIAID going to deal with this differently?
So there's a strategery to the complexity. Let me just start at the sort of beginning so that people understand where we are. The term gain of function really is misapplied to the infectious disease world. It's something that we all have to deal with now. But if you think about it, its origin comes from the late 1980s and 90s in human genetics, and specifically cancer biology. So, there are normal genes that control cell regulation, for example, and whether cells divide. And they are very tightly controlled, and they're incredibly important in how normal cell function works. If they acquire a mutation that allows them to kind of lose that control, they can cause uncontrolled cell division, and that'd be a basis for how a tumor forms. In the 1980s, cancer biologists started identifying mutations in genes like that, like the RAS gene that had these mutations, and they called it a gain of function because it caused the protein to go from its normal activity to gaining a function of kind of losing control of cell division. And that makes sense. So about 15 years ago, some experiments were done by a couple of investigators looking at a particular strain of bird flu, H5N1, which is thought to be a pandemic potential strain for the last 25 years or so, maybe 30 years now. And they did each independent experiments, but they had an overlap. They tried to adapt them to an animal laboratory model of influenza that is the ferret. And so they serially passaged bird flu viruses in ferrets until they were ferret adapted and were able to transmit efficiently from ferret to ferret. And that's where this term gain of function came in around 2010 in infectious disease, and we've been dealing with it since. They've been trying to clarify what they mean, to come up with different words: dual use research concern, pandemic potential pathogens, etc. And so this is the problem because of the semantics, and I'm not trying to be difficult, but it is really a difficult issue. The nice thing about the new executive order, and we're waiting for the formal regulations and guidance from OSTP on this, is that the executive order comes up with a new term, dangerous gain of function. And so I will just very briefly say that gain of function is something that can be very commonly used, and people use the term gain of function as something that's always bad. But for example, I'll give you a couple examples. If a patient comes to see me who has influenza, and I take a swab of their throat or nose, and I take a sample of that virus, and I want to grow it up in the lab to confirm that they have influenza, the common way to do that is to inject that material into a fertilized chicken egg in between the membranes of the fertilized chicken egg where it was discovered in the 1930s that human flu viruses would grow well. What we've done is a gain of function experiment. We've now adapted the human virus to the chicken egg. It's a definitely changed. Their mutations have occurred to allow the virus to grow well in chicken eggs. That's not a dangerous gain of function, but it is a gain of function. But it also comes with a loss of function. It's lost the ability to now be a human virus, and it's now more of a chicken virus in one passage. So this is where the term dangerous gain of function that in the new executive order I think is a really valuable addition to what we're thinking about, is changes to a microbe that would have dangerous impacts on humans. That is, that it would markedly increase the virulence or transmissibility, to escape from pre-existing immunity, to escape from antimicrobial responses, et cetera. So we are currently awaiting all the final regulations at how we can apply that, but we are keen to apply that across the whole portfolio of the NIH.
Jeff, do you want to talk about the fact that you've paused any research that is potential dangerous gain of function?
Yes, so while we wait for the official guidance on how to define that and how those cases will be evaluated, we have preemptively paused anything based on prudent review suggests that it might fit a category of dangerous gain of function, and so that doesn't mean the research is canceled, it just means that it's paused pending the formal review from OSTP.
So if I could just add a few words on this, because Jeff has worked very hard with me on this, in that the issue with this dangerous gain of function research, and to be honest, I think I like Senator Paul's term risky research a little bit better, is that we want to make sure that research that is risky, essentially, is not something that we're funding or supporting. And in this case, we were talking about risky in terms of, it might fail. This is now risky because it could actually harm the public. That's what we're talking about now. And that, scientists should not have the attitude of, because I can do it, I should do it. They should look at the science and say, is this something valuable that's going to get us an answer that we need to help human health? And then two, if we do this, what are the risks and benefits of it? And if the risks far outweigh the benefits, then I probably shouldn't be doing this. And there's a lot that goes into that in terms of the exactly what you're doing, where you're doing it, the oversight over what you're doing and where you're doing it. So there's a lot of issues around this. Currently, we're awaiting the White House policy on this. There will be one soon. NIAID is in complete compliance with that. Jeff has worked really, really hard to make sure of that, and we will continue to do so once this policy comes out.
If I could add to that, because folks think we are waiting on that policy. We haven't. The executive order that came out in May of last year has 7 principles in it, and we have already begun, as Jeff pointed out, to look at all applications that were in the queue as well as those coming in, applying those 7 principles while we're waiting for more detailed guidance.
Continues as new
And
applications.
as the new ones come in, we're doing the same.
Can I set the stage just a bit? Just let me take a step back, because I bet you there are a lot of people in the audience thinking, why on earth were we doing this at all? Like, what would lead anybody to ever think that this was a good idea to do? Jeff mentioned the 2011 experiments with H5N1 flu, right? That was part of a utopian idea that we could go out into the wild places, the bat caves of southern China and elsewhere, pull all of the pathogens of the earth into labs, manipulate them, there's trillions, and then figure out which ones are the most likely to make the leap into human populations to cause a pandemic. And what you heard here is the real signs, the skepticism that is a utopian agenda that is impossible to achieve. I'll go one step further. The idea also was that once you've done this dangerous gain of function in order to prioritize which of these viruses might make the leap and say, okay, this is close in human, so that it can infect humans, it's close in evolutionary space, so that if you have just some evolutionary changes that can infect humans, then what you do is you create vaccines and countermeasures that have never been tested on humans. You engage large contractors to stockpile them at scale, creating an interest to keep this business going. And then if, God forbid, one of these things does make the leap, think about the pressure that you're going to have to use the countermeasures you've already had that have never before been tested on humans, because that virus or pathogen has never before infected a human. And very often evolution works in ways you never predict, and so that the countermeasures you've developed, the vaccines you've developed, will not work on the virus when it actually makes the leap. It's absolute fantasy, and it has ended altogether in this administration under President Trump's leadership and Secretary Kennedy's leadership and Jeff's leadership.
And what Jay's saying, we have data for. I mean, when I came to NIH 20 years ago, everybody thought H5N1, that's going to be the pandemic, that's going to be the pandemic. And they went on and on and on about it. And for years, everybody was working on H5N1. Well, we haven't had an H5N1 pandemic. We've had others. We've had an H1N1 pandemic. We've had a coronavirus pandemic. It's predictably unpredictable. We can't do this.
You know, one way to think about that, though, is, Paul, apropos of your previous question of why we shifted, the goal is you can try to guess the microbe all the time, but where all this comes together is at the human host. And if we understand more about how these things cause disease, and maybe a better way to look at this is people preparedness instead of pandemic preparedness. One way for people to be prepared is to be healthier, eat better, exercise, right? So you're less likely to get sick or have a poor outcome. And then the other one is when you get sick, if we understand those immunologic responses better, we can help people have better outcomes.
So when you look through the emails that eventually they came out, took time. I think some of them weren't available until 2023. But it's very obvious that in January of 2020, the NIH was very concerned about their possible ties to this lab in Wuhan. You see internal questions going back and forth with Fauci. And then you have this call on February 1st, 2020, where Fauci reports back, yeah, guys, they think this virus isn't normal, and surprise, it happened in Wuhan, and we're funding research there on gain-of-function research. And there became this full-on, it was very obvious, this attempt to distract people away from NIAID, to come out and protect EcoHealth Alliance. Jeffrey Taubenberger, you're on some of these emails that I've seen that have become public. What was happening inside NIH when all this scrutiny was coming on to NIH and to EcoHealth Alliance? What was happening internally? And how were you guys dealing with that? And what did you think about what you were involved with and then what you're seeing? Because I'm sure you've read some of the emails too.
So, you know, as was already discussed, the origin of the SARS-CoV-2 virus is not clearly understood, but the two substantial hypotheses that are there is that it had a lab origin or that it had a natural origin. We don't have the definitive data, as you mentioned, to lay that out. But those two possibilities have been the likely possibilities from the very beginning, and there's data that supports either one. So in terms of what we were seeing were discussions of that. In case, you know, in my research group, we were discussing those two hypotheses right away. And trying to look for what we could learn from those genomes. At the leadership level, I can't say what was going on. I wasn't involved. But I know that Tony Fauci's advisor, Dr. David Morens, who I know very well, CC'd me on lots of emails that he had with other people, but I was not really involved in those conversations.
Yeah, so just to add to that, so in 2009, during the H1N1 pandemic, Jeff and I were called to meet with Tony Fauci multiple times to discuss various issues around that pandemic. During the COVID pandemic, we were oddly out. They never really spoke to us, invited us to talk to them, or be involved in any of the decision making. And I think there was concern on their part because I think they knew we weren't going to agree with many of the things that they were doing or saying. And so we were not part of any of the discussions or decision making in any way. And even when I personally, anybody who knows my story, I actually wrote to Fauci about the vaccine mandates later on, offering my help and assistance, and there was no interest in hearing what I had to say. And I know Jeff experienced pretty much the same thing.
Actually, can I tell the story of how I met Matt? Maybe it's not a sitcom. This is actual real life. I held a large conference where I collected all the COVID dissidents that I knew about, and I'd seen Matt poke his head up and say that he was against the COVID vaccine mandates. In the old NIH, this was an act of courage. Again, I recognize it as an act of courage because you weren't allowed to contradict the leader for fear that you were going to get suppressed. One of the first things I made sure to do as NIH director is to tell everyone in the intramural program that I want an academic freedom policy where people are free to publish their science however they like, even if I disagree with it, it's fine. That's how science works. And Matt, 2022 or 2023? He forced a debate about the vaccine mandates at NIH. It was an act of tremendous courage on his part to do that. And somehow he didn't lose his job. I still have to figure out how that happened. But
I want to ask you about that. What was that like? Because this all came out. I didn't see it at the time, but it came out later when you were it was obvious that. I think the first story was in the Wall Street Journal. It was obvious. I'm like, okay, they've rushed this out. They have their narrative together. They were coming after you over the vaccine mandates, and it became a little bit more extreme when you hit Stat News, which is basically the pharmaceutical industry funding its own news. What was it like when being inside and saying, yeah, I don't think mandates are a big deal? Explain to me. I worked in the Senate, and I would go home at night sometimes. They were not fun nights.
So being a respiratory virus researcher and an infectious disease physician, and by the time the pandemic came along, I'd been around a while, and I had learned a lot about respiratory viruses and pandemics, from this gentleman sitting next to me, who is, I consider, the world's expert on actual pandemic respiratory viruses. I watched what was happening. So when things started, I was engaged. Jeff and I were both engaged in trying to offer help and suggestion and thinking about what was going on. And we quickly were marginalized. And I watched the decisions that were being made and the things that were happening in shock. Honestly,
Well,
I couldn't understand it.
You're saying I was being marginalized. You got to explain to people who aren't from D.C. How does that work internally inside the bureaucracy?
Well, so in other words, no one was interested in my opinion about anything.
Did you realize you weren't on the emails anymore?
I wasn't involved. No one was interested.
More specifically, the research questions that we wanted to ask to jump in to help with the pandemic response, to understand these questions, to think of new ways to deal with it, were rebuffed and not funded.
Yeah. In the intramural program, there are very few respiratory virus experts. We are two of those. We were, at the time, we're two of those people. And so not to be brought to the table to discuss a respiratory virus pandemic was happening was kind of shocking and really surprising, to be honest. And so I watched the decisions that were being made, and I just couldn't believe it. And as time went on, I couldn't believe it more and more and more, and was very upset by everything that was going on with the lockdowns and everything else. Finally, when the mandates started to become a possibility, so this was around July of whatever year it was now, 2021. I was like, this is insane, and I knew I wasn't getting vaccinated, and I'm still not, and my wife wasn't, and my kids weren't, and I looked at the strategy of the vaccine, and knowing what I do about these RNA viruses, I was like, this is never going to work. It's not a sound strategy for this kind of virus. So at that point, I said, all right, I've waited long enough, and I finally wrote to Dr. Fauci and his deputy and Dr. Lane, and explained my concern. And it's, I'm not trying to toot my own horn, but if you read the email I sent, everything I said actually ended up coming true. It's shocking how accurate it was. And so I wrote this email explaining to them that I thought the mandates were a bad idea. I offered assistance. I offered help. I explained what I thought the consequences of the mandates would be. And then, as I said, that really wasn't, I got an email, I think, from Dr. Lane that said thank you, and that was it. And so then I went to our ethics department, and I asked them if anyone had talked to them about the bioethics of a vaccine mandate. And they said no. I said, well, they're about to initiate a mandate on the entire country, and no one's talked to you about whether it's bioethical or not. And they said no. And I said, well, don't you think it might be something we should discuss? And they said, well, we'll take it back and discuss. So they went back and discussed, and they came to me and they said, yeah, we think it's an important topic. We'd like to do this in an ethics grand rounds. And I said, terrific. Like I said, this is great. And they said, but it's going to be in November. And I said, well, why can't we do it sooner? So the mandates went into place. Everything happened. And then we did eventually have this thing in November. Now, Wall Street Journal did the story on me a little bit earlier than that. And it was interesting in that I think I was in a unique position in that I was a successful intramural scientist who was a respiratory virus, known for respiratory virus work. And I had been on TV talking about it in the past. Dr. Fauci had gotten on TV because of my work in the past. I have awards, director's awards from Tony Fauci. I have awards from NIH. So I think they felt that they didn't want to turn me into some sort of martyr for speaking up. So they kind of left me alone, to be honest, which is how I kept my job, Jay. They left me alone. I couldn't go out and go on TV or anything like that, but they left me alone, and I kind of kept moving forward. And then we eventually had this ethics discussion. I was hoping there were going to be a set of bioethicists there to debate whether these mandates were ethical. That's not actually what happened. What ended up happening was they put me up first to make my argument, and then they had a researcher from the VRC describe why the vaccine was great, and then they had a lawyer come on and explain why it was legal to have these mandates, which was not my question. My question was, is it ethical? So I've never actually had that ethics debate that I've wanted. Maybe we'll do it sometime.
Oh yeah, we're definitely having it.
But it was absolutely the toughest couple of years of my life during the pandemic, feeling like I was going crazy because of everything that was being done.
You know, one of the downside tragedies of all this that we've learned since we've been in this spot is that, I was joking with Jeff, the word administer means in Latin, to help serve. And we're trying to actually reinstill that our job is to serve the American public, not to become famous, not to get lots of publications, et cetera. And what got lost in all this was all the good work of NIAID staff that had nothing to do with any of this, right? So we're trying to bring those people to the fore now. And what we found since we've been there are all these folks who have great ideas that really weren't able to bring those forth before. And so that's one of the things we're trying to do now, is to actually enable people to come in and say, hey, I mean, it's amazing. It's almost daily, right, that we have a meeting that somebody says, hey, I said this 5 years ago, and I'd like to bring it up again. So that's what we're trying to do. And I think all that got lost underneath all this veneer of what was going on during COVID.
And in NIAID, it's particularly bad because the staff there, you know, they worked for many decades under a pretty tight regime. They were controlled. And now we're trying to empower them to come to us with their ideas. And some are doing it, some are still uncomfortable. And so we want to continue to encourage them. Let's talk, let's bring those ideas to the forefront. Let's start moving in a new direction.
That's getting better every day. People are really embracing this idea of the freedom to actually talk about their thoughts and as John is saying, there are, you know, NIAID has thousands and thousands of dedicated scientists and physicians who have dedicated their lives to public service into the service of improving health for the United States. And it's really important not to paint them with the same paint that we've been talking about with leadership strategies. So it's my job to act sort of as chief cheerleader to encourage the really excellent science that's happening and to help gently guide the directions of the Institute as we move into the future and develop a strategy that makes more sense for the 21st century.
So traditionally, the biggest promoters for the NIH have been Republicans. This was one of the few agencies during the Obama shutdown. Republicans asked for the NIH to remain open. Senator Arlen Specter helped to double the NIH budget in the late 90s, early 2000s, and he gave it a 30% bump in 2009. This is right when I was investigating the NIH, by the way. I went to his staffer and tried to shut that down. I just want to let you know that. Yeah, I was talking to his staffer about that. She didn't listen to me. What happened? Like, why is it that now we have this weird case where there's so many Republicans who just have problems with the NIH, and how do we fix that? This is not the way it used to be. This is something that changed in the last handful of years. What do you think happened? I mean, and also I want to, from the two guys who've been there internally the longest, like, what were you guys, I mean, you guys must have noticed, like, whoa, we're not as liked much anymore, and here you've been there for so long.
Paul, it's the pandemic. It's the pandemic. I mean, and it was the actions of NIH leadership during the pandemic. I mean, there are FOIA emails that all but make it abundantly clear that and especially NIAID leadership, but also the NIH leadership, were at odds with the White House, hoping that President Trump would lose in 2020. The lockdowns were so far at odds with human liberty. It was stunning to me that that there wasn't a political party initially that was opposed to them. And then as they went on, especially like when they didn't lift it, remember that 2 weeks to close the slow the spread, and then 2 weeks passed, and there was still the spread was still happening, and we're still closed. That led, I think, to this partisan divide where the Republican Party decided that large parts of it didn't make sense to keep doing this. All these like closures of schools, of churches, of all the normal human life. There needed to be a political reaction to this, and yet, I mean, thank you. And the previous generation of leadership at the NIH decided that they were going to go to war with anybody, and it turned out to be, in the United States, it tended to be parts of the Republican Party that wanted to reopen. And then when the vaccines came along, and it was evident that they were not working to prevent you from getting and spreading COVID, and yet the mandates came in place. It was the Democratic Party signed all in on this, which was really unfortunate. I mean, it should never have been a partisan thing. The NIH is inherently a nonpartisan institution. Science is the inheritance of every single human being. Whatever party you are, the goal of the NIH is to make you healthier. It doesn't matter if you're a Republican. It doesn't matter if you're a Democrat. It should never have mattered. And it became a partisan political football. And the leadership of the NIH, I think, the previous leadership, I think, embraced that to a very distressing degree.
The other thing about NIH is that we are not an agency, for the most part, that makes policy, and we don't tell people what to do. Well, we shouldn't. Yeah, exactly. Right. Our job is to generate scientific data that can be used by decision makers to make good decisions, and those decision makers can be a person and their doctor, all the way up to the President of the United States.
but we don't make those decisions, and we shouldn't be making those decisions for people.
Correct. I agree that, that our work is entirely non-political. I would say apolitical. We're dealing with science and public health. Everyone gets viral infections. Everyone has allergies and immunologic diseases that they deal with, and that's where we concentrate. I don't understand why things became so partisan, and I do hope that we can get beyond that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think for me, I spent my entire career at Stanford University, where the vast majority of other professors were on the left. And I'll tell you, most of them, they're the ones I worked with anyways, they disagreed with me politically. But those conversations never came up because we were too focused on the scientific arguments that we were having instead. Those are way more fun than political arguments, trust me. Fundamentally, that spirit should be animating, and I hope that that's the spirit that will animate the NIH going forward, because we're not really a fundamentally partisan institution.
If I could, I know we're going to run out of time here soon, but there's one topic we absolutely wanted to cover, and that was about when we're talking about research, the real fundamental first thing is, what are the research questions? You got to get the questions right. One is we want to put the incentives in the right place, and an area where we've seen this has been challenging is in antimicrobial resistance. So what it's focused on is this particular list of microbes, rather than looking at where would we get the most improvement in people's lives. And NIH-funded research has shown that 99% of infections and 94% of deaths are in people whose microbe looks susceptible in the test tube, but people are still having poor outcomes. So what we're trying to do is turn this now towards looking at new interventions like bacteriophages, et cetera, microbiome therapies, host-directed therapies that go beyond that, so we could help people whose microbe is resistant in the test tube, but also help the people whose bug looks susceptible in the test tube but are having poor outcomes. So that way we're getting the question right. When we put out this vision statement, I showed Jeff, I got an email from somebody at a company that said, thanks so much for putting this focus in the right place, because we can't get investors to invest in us unless we go after this list of bugs. Now we're broadening this out to make more opportunities for researchers to help people.
You're talking about patient-centric instead of bug-centric.
Yes,
right?
so that was just, so thanks for stealing my line.
Oh, sorry.
But yeah, so that's the whole thing. I think that the NIAID over time switched its focus from patient outcomes to focusing on the pathogen. And studying the microbe is critically important, right? I mean, we have to understand how microbes work, how they cause disease, how we can develop countermeasures against them. That makes perfect sense. But the reason for doing all of that is for improving patient outcomes. And so the focus, whether it's basic science or clinical research, always is to be leading to that question, how can we improve patient outcomes? And just back to that, what John was saying, it's the two sides to one coin. It's that you have to look at the patient response. And in the case of antimicrobial resistance, there are really three parts. It's like a triangle. You have the bug, you have the antibiotic, and that's what they've talked about is just as a line. But there's a third dot up here to connect all of these together, and that's the patient. So what the bug does is irrelevant in a test tube. It's only relevant what the bug does in a person and what that outcome is. And so that's where we want to put the focus.
I want to ask an off-the-wall question here. So one of the big changes to NIH was killing off all DEI-focused research. I've spoken to several people that told me that at NIH, they didn't mind that much if there were extra points given for women and minorities for jobs. What they hated were the classes, the DEI classes that you guys had to go through. Can one of you guys explain a little bit like what some of that stuff was like the courses you guys had to take, and just the way that institutionally it was like embedded into how you're supposed to act and behave inside NIH?
So I think what you're talking about, so there's a lot of trainings that we do in the government, a lot of online trainings and various kinds of trainings.
The DEI ones were not fun, I heard.
And so what we saw is over time the trainings changed, and new concepts are added into them, and those were the trainings are always annoying, to be honest, but they became worse. I think to me the worst thing that happened in the intramural program relating to this was that We have something called the Board of Scientific Counselors, which is a review that happens every 5 years of the intramural scientists. And we are, we have to present the last 5 years worth of our research, and you do a big sort of 15-page write-up, and then you have to give a 20-minute talk, and then they interview you, and they talk to you about your work, and they interview your staff in your lab, and then they sort of give you a score for your research, and they talk to your supervisors, and it kind of determines whether you continue to get resources or whether they should pare you back or what they should do. In the last one that we had before I moved into the director's office, for the first time ever, I was given an extra document as part of my submission, which was a diversity, equity, inclusion statement that I was asked to write about how my work was supporting diversity, equity, inclusion. And I couldn't understand this because I work on influenza, not diversity, equity, inclusion. So I couldn't figure out what exactly they were expecting me to write in this document because influenza affects everyone, and my research is about the health of people. So I couldn't quite understand it. And so this was something that very much I was very disappointed to see when it happened. And I'm happy to say that we've eliminated that from the BSc process moving forward. So there were things like that came along that we've certainly taken care of.
I got to read Matt's response.
Should post that on the web. Tweet that out.
Yeah, Lacey, Lacey says we've tweeted it out. So you also can, if you're sufficiently good at searching Twitter or X, to find Matt's response. I'll just give you the thing. It's a loyalty oath. What it is a loyalty oath. The NIH was asking its intramural researchers to sign a loyalty oath in order to get advancement. Matt responded with a statement about his actual faith, rather than the faith that the people who constructed the loyalty oath wanted him to have.
I think I probably have time for 2 more questions. So go back to you, Jeff. You are all over the Twitter accounts everywhere. People do not like you. One of the things they don't like about you is that you were part of reviving the 1918 Spanish influenza. If you could do that, why was that done? And if you could do it again, would you do it again?
So the why was it done is that we've talked about that. I think it's absolutely currently impossible to predict future outbreaks. But what we can do is try to prepare for the future by studying the past. So, for example, as an analogy, we can't predict when hurricanes occur, but architects and engineers can design buildings on the Gulf Coast that are better at sustaining damage from hurricanes. We can't predict when those hurricanes will be, where they will hit, or how bad they will be, but we have done something that will help us prepare for that. So if we can understand something about how pandemics and other viral infections have occurred in the past, it will just help us prepare for the unpredictable future. So that's the very basic understanding of that. The 1918 flu stands out as really one of the worst natural disasters in all recorded human history. In about a 9-month period, a virus spread around the world and killed up to 100 million people out of a population of 1.8 billion. It was incredibly devastating, and the concept of viruses wasn't really well understood in 1918, and there were no isolates of this virus. So we had an incredible outbreak that caused devastating morbidity and mortality around the world, and there was no way to know anything about it or to learn any lessons from that. So the idea that we had in my lab in the 30 years ago now, in the mid-90s, was to, since no isolates were made, to see if we could find tiny genetic fragments of the virus still embedded in the autopsy tissues of people who died of the pandemic in 1918, whose tissues were still preserved in tissue archives and pathology departments. So that project led to a 10-year effort using state-of-the-art techniques then to recreate the sequence, the full genome of the virus, which I can now do in my lab in about 10 days. So rather than 10 years. And that's good because I'm old and much less patient than I was then. But the answers that we learned from all of these studies, and I can just condense 30 years of study, and why I think this is important and why it was worth doing, is that a couple of things that come out of this. One, The 1918 virus was a bird flu virus that somehow adapted to humans just before the pandemic and caused this enormously virulent response. The key thing about it is that it was not because it had a particular mutation. It is that it happened to be a bird flu virus in the wrong place. Just like Ebola causes severe disease in humans without, in a sense, and I'm being anthropomorphic, not wanting to be a human virus. It's not trying to adapt. It's just an accident. And the same thing with 1918. But what we found out is that the key for virulence, it was the host response, not the virus. It was the host response to the virus that caused bystander damage in the lung that then set you up for secondary bacterial infection for which there were no antibiotics available in 1918 that killed you. So, these are really important lessons. The second thing to say is that every single human virus, every single human influenza A virus since 1918 is directly descended from the 1918 virus. So the flu that's circulating right now is the direct genetic descendant of the 1918 flu. So what we are in is still the 1918 pandemic era, more than 100 years later. It has been updated through lots and lots of viral evolution, but its direct ancestors. So not only did tens of millions of people die around the world in the initial pandemic, but tens of millions of people have died of influenza over the last century, all because of a single introduction of one avian virus into humans. And that era is still ongoing. And these are the important things. But that also gives us one very shining bright note, which was that the viruses that circulate now share a lot of properties with the 1918 virus, and the antibodies that you make to the flu circulating now provides protection against the 1918 flu. And so it is not the threat agent that it was in 1918 when no one had been exposed to this virus.
Yeah, and I want to make another distinction that Jeff also failed to mention. What he was working with was a virus that naturally occurred. This was not a manipulated virus. He didn't change this virus to make it infect people or to try to make it more virulent. This was studying what was affecting human beings, and still is, as he just described, right? That's very different than what we were talking about earlier, dangerous gain-of-function research, someone in a lab manipulating a virus to make it go from bat to human or bird to human or make it more virulent. It's completely different.
This also gets to the idea that medical care changes. As Jeff brought up, in 1918, there were no antibiotics. There were no intensive care units. There were no vasopressors for people who had sepsis, right? So to say that what would have happened in 1918 would happen again today, it's probably very unlikely because we have treatments for many of these things. But the bottom line is, again, it's not the pathogen, it's the person. It was the person's immune response to it that made it so dangerous. And that's what we're trying to learn more about. How can we learn more about that to help people who might have these disordered immune responses from other diseases?
Right, and we've already developed drugs that work as anti-inflammatories that can save animals from lethal 1918 infection that could be utilized.
And to add to this, in 1918, if you got the pandemic flu, the number one reason you survived was because you had someone to take care of you. And so what did that mean in 1918? That means they kept you warm, they kept you clean, and they kept you fed, right? Basic things for basic health. So those are really the key things for surviving these viruses.
Osler's 1898 textbook said the treatment for pneumonia is warm milk and Jack Daniels. And I said, well, half of that's right.
All right, I'm going to do one more question. And since I'm holding the microphone, I'm going to ask that last question. And then we can go on. We're going to have coffee. HIV is considered one of the success stories of the NIH. How are you guys going to move forward in dealing with HIV, and how are you going to apply the strategies that you learned from HIV onto future problems we're going to have through infectious diseases?
Yeah. Let me start out by saying, so this is this year's my 40th anniversary from graduate from med school, so I'm one of the young investigators at the NIH. If I think back over where we were 3 to 4 decades ago and looking at HIV/AIDS infected patients, it is so remarkable what has happened. So when I was a young physician, this was a death sentence. People were dying horrible, lingering deaths with severe infections, with unusual cancers, with no therapies, no treatments. It was really devastating. And thanks to the NIH and thanks to the NIAID and thousands of people working tirelessly over these 4 decades, we now have what is, in most cases in the United States, a completely treatable disease. so that you can be infected with the virus, you can't be cleared of the virus, but the virus doesn't replicate, is not causing active disease, and it can be maintained like people take the pills every day for their high blood pressure or for diabetes. And that is an incredible success. And I think that we should all stand back and thank the tens of thousands of people who have worked so hard over 4 decades to reach that level. We learn so much about basic virology. We learn so much about basic immunology by studying this incredibly clever and devious virus. That knowledge has now been applied widely to the fields of immunology and infectious disease more broadly, and that also is a huge benefit. But we also learned how we could take a difficult problem, tackle it with controlled clinical trials, develop the initial antiviral therapies, then develop safer and less toxic antiviral therapies, and now focus that on antiviral therapies that are more convenient to take. And so you can see this progression, and we can now take these tools, and especially long-acting antiviral therapy, that we can get to Jay's vision of eliminating HIV transmission in the United States by 2030 using the tools we have now. That doesn't mean that we still don't need a basic science back end to study HIV, but it means that we can focus on the successes to actually end transmission of HIV in the next few years in the United States. And that requires what he can talk about is implementation science, where you take these findings and figure out how they work in the community. You have to actually implement the findings, and this has to be very personalized because different communities and different people have different risk factors.
Yeah, I mean, Jeff said everything I was going to say. Actually, we actually stand with the opportunity to actually reduce HIV transmission to near zero. Patients who have HIV, we have a cocktail of medicines that are well tolerated now to reduce viral load to near zero, so that they won't transmit the virus. And for people who are at high risk of getting HIV, a drug that a single injection can prevent you from getting it for up to 6 months, probably a year. A single injection. These two tools together are what we need, combined with a knowledge of how to tell people about them with implementation science. And that's what I've asked the NIAID to do regarding HIV, is to reduce transmission to near zero or to do the research that will enable the U.S. government to reduce transmission to near zero within the next 5 years.
Can I just quickly add to that this is something that can't be done just by NIAID. It requires the expertise of multiple institutes. And this is something that I'm really keen on, is this was raised earlier by you and Nicole about the collaboration necessary between, so we're trying to break down the barriers within the divisions of our own institute, but this requires breaking down the barriers and cooperating among other institutes. So that is, this implementation is going to require working with the National Institute of Drug Abuse, NIDA, the National Institute of Mental Health. Comparing the whole person strategy of how you achieve this is not just antiretroviral therapy, but in the context of substance use, in context of behavioral issues, and these other things. And that's going to require the whole of the NIH to work on these things together. And I'm really excited to do that. And that was something that I can say NIAID was not very collaborative with other institutes in the past, but is now a very collaborative institute.
And on that, Memoli, you get the last comment, and then we're going to break.
I was just going to add to this. And the other piece of this, beyond the implementation science, is also now including people living with HIV, that population, as also people that we need to study as part of studying and treating chronic disease. Because they're now living full lives as long as anyone else and developing the same chronic diseases that everybody else is. So now if you have well-controlled HIV, well, guess what? Now you have the same problems everybody else has: heart disease, diabetes, obesity, and so on and so forth. So now we have this whole new population that we have to make sure we're including as part of the study and understanding of all the diseases, all the other diseases that we're very worried about, of course.
Okay, and on that note, we're going to end for like 15 minutes. Can we get a round of applause for these guys for talking? Thank you. We'll be back in 15.
over the course of the day, we've heard about where NIH has been and all the reforms that's taking place across its leadership and the various centers. But I feel like this topic on open data and replication is really foundational to all of it. Effectively, the question is, how do you run a scientific system that is open to challenges from outside scientists, internal staff, its data, and from the very public it serves? So Jay, I'd like to start with the mission for NIH, which you mentioned earlier, which is really to support research that advances the health and the longevity of the American public. And you started with the fact that the longevity, the lifespan in the US had stalled from about 2010. But yet we've been investing $50 billion every year. And so I'm curious to get your take as to, is that a result of the priorities differing from the real world, or are we seeing diminishing returns at the moment?
Well, it's a complicated question, right? Because life expectancy is the outcome of a tremendous number of things. There's social factors, of course. There's decisions that people make about their own health that matter, as well as policy factors. But into that mix is the science that we do, and how well that science translates over. If you look at European populations, their life expectancy has gone up over that same period. I tell Americans this, and people just don't believe it. Like, how come we fund all this science, and it's the European populations that benefit from it, right? And it's not bad that European populations benefit from it. Science, as I said, is the inheritance of all humanity. But the issue is, why aren't Americans benefiting from it at the same level? And this is, by the way, this is like every population you look at, you see flatline life expectancy almost. And so, Patrick, I think the key thing there is what you said. It's an orientation of scientific investments to address the problems that Americans actually have, rather than. I'm not against investments where we don't know for certain they're going to pay off. I've already made the case that we have to take these sort of intellectual risks. But I think that if you orient the intellectual risks in the direction of the problems that people have, that's how you start to address this life expectancy lag, this problem. You need to figure out ways to make the advances of science really meaningful for people, especially for Americans who have not benefited in the same way that I think many other places. Part of the problem is, I'll give you an example of something that I'm really proud of that the administration has been working on. This is not something is not in my portfolio, but I've been watching with lots of attention, given the fact that I was once a health economist. And that is that the most favored nation drug pricing initiative that the president has initiated. That is the idea is that why is it that Americans pay 3, 4, 5, 6, sometimes up to 10 times higher prices for the same molecule, for the same product as Europeans do? Especially when so many of the investments that went into those products were American investments by the NIH. So, like, if you have lower prices for the innovations that come out of NIH research, that's at least one way to address this problem. So I say it's not just the science; there's a whole bunch of sort of social factors that go along with that are really sort of fundamental. And it's been really great to be part of an administration, to work for Secretary Kennedy, for instance, whose only focus is to make America healthy. He gets so much grief for this goal, but the idea and the goal is, I think, a really unifying thing that should excite literally everybody. I'm still not used to that, you guys.
And to get closer to the real world, Jay, you've talked about the need for replication, the second scientific revolution, where you're shifting the standard of truth from publication in top journals to really success in replication. Operationally, can you share something as to how are you bringing about the sea change within NIH?
Right. Okay. So it's not just NIH. It's science. All of the biomedical sciences. So and the NIH is the lever to do that. Right. So let me just say a couple of notes about this. So first, when I say replication, I don't just mean the narrow replication of one idea. I publish a paper and someone tries to find the same answer using the same data. Right. That's one version of replication. It's important. But also other people looking at the same problem from a different angle. Do they find the same thing? Right? Does the result generalize to other populations? All of these are part of replication. There's a whole science of meta-analysis that's actually fundamentally connected to this. There's two approaches that I've seen that people have proposed to address the replication crisis. Two distinct approaches. One which I think is just wrong-headed and one that I think has a chance of success. One is one of policing, where the premise is that the failure to replicate results has to do with essentially fraud on the part of scientists or other groups. The evidence for this is that there are these high-profile examples of scientific fraud, where prominent scientists, prominent leaders in academic medicine have fallen from grace because the figures that they've had have been manipulated in their scientific papers, or they fake scientific data, or whatnot. This includes, by the way, at the NIH, major examples of the scientific fraud. Major leaders of the NIH fallen from grace as a result of scientific fraud. The president of the university where I formerly was at also had to step down in part because of this. And so the case is that, well, we just have to police scientific fraud and it will solve the problem of replication. Because failure to replicate is because really just fraud. I actually don't think that view is right. I think the right view is that most of the failure to replicate is actually in good faith. It's because science is hard. When different people look at the same problem, they reach this different answers. And it's a reason for further discussion, further conversation, further experiment to try to figure out who's right and who's wrong. I've had numerous experiences in my life where I vehemently disagreed with a friend of mine. We work on a paper together, and the data decide who's right. And usually I have to take him out to dinner because I'm wrong, but that's another thing. The other approach, not this sort of anti-fraud approach being one, the other approach is a culture change approach. And that's the goal I have. That's the strategy I have to solve the replication crisis. To fundamentally transform the culture of science into the collaborative enterprise it's supposed to be, where if someone fails to replicate my result, it isn't an indictment on me. In fact, it's an honor that I had an idea that was worth the attention of other scientists. To make replication and failure something that's not something that's career-ending, but rather something that's a normal part of science. Paul is raising his hand. You can ask the question in a normal way, my friend. He'll do it later, I promise. He can't help himself. The culture change then needs. And you asked me, Patrick, how to do this through the NIH. The culture change you have to understand the diagnosis of what has led to when I say this sometimes I get in trouble, but I'll say it again, the sick culture of science we currently have, where we're looking over each other's shoulders, afraid to death that someone's going to find that some paper that I wrote doesn't replicate. The way to do this is a few things. So one is, it's impossible, or all but impossible, for some scientist who wants to do replication and does it well for a living, again, replication considered broadly, not just narrow replication, for a living, to make a scientific career out of it. There's very few examples of successful careers I can point to that, of people like that. And that happens because, in part, because the NIH tends not to fund researchers who want to do that. So, step one, we're going to start to fund researchers who are really good at replication. We'll start to fund, and now it's really important, I think, that there be independent replication, right? But I also think that people should get funding, should propose for their own projects sort of inbuilt replication, right? So we're going to start to fund that. And what we'll start to see then is scientists get NIH funding, will be able to get promotions at their universities, the capacity for the kind of honors that normally go to people who publish really novel science. if you think about it, replication is a form of novelty, because knowing that other people, independent people looking at the same thing tend to find the same answer from different points of view, that's new, right? So we're going to start to fund that. That's one. Sorry, Patrick, I got a whole spiel on this, and this is on professor mode now. So, right. And so you got to start to fund that. One really important thing about that is I do not want the government to decide what things should be replicated. The government then could potentially be used as a weapon against new ideas, controversial ideas. And I want the scientific community to determine the rate limiting step ideas. The ideas that are the sort of pivotal, that if it turns out to be true, science moves one way. If it turns out to be false, science moves another way. We'll crowdsource that. And we'll have it in the normal same peer review structure that you've been hearing about all day, which is the most professional peer review organization in the world that the NIH has. Right? It's a scientific approach to replication, not a political approach to replication. Okay, Patrick, 2. Sorry. I'm in professor mode, you guys. You all have to suffer. Step 2. You cannot publish your replication studies almost anywhere. It's very difficult. Every time I ask scientists, there'll be like a couple of scientists raise their hand and say, oh yeah, I managed to publish replication. But if you're a good scientist, you're trying to do replication work all the time, and it's almost impossible to publish it anywhere. And that means you can't get credit for it. That means the rest of the world won't know about it. Actually, if you have a failed result in your, I mean, I've had failed hypotheses. That's my entire career. Is like I've had a whole series of failed hypotheses. And you all don't know about them because I've stuck them in my pocket because I can't publish them anywhere. Any scientists in the room who have failed results? I mean, look at that. Every successful scientist I know has a whole drawer full of failed results, and yet we don't talk to each other about it. It's a huge part of science that's like just left behind. We need to change the culture of science so that those kinds of productive failures are part of the scientific conversation. It's not a shame to have a failed result, especially if we can learn from it, right? And so we'll have a journal at the NIH, and I'm really bad at marketing. You can tell I'm not good at acronyms, also bad at marketing, but a journal of failed results doesn't seem like the right thing. But a journal where you can publish your replication studies, you publish your constructed failed results. One of the key things about this journal is it has to have a sort of limited gatekeeping, right? So that if someone fails to replicate my result, they should still be able to publish it. But I should be able to have a say, right? So I'll be able to I as an author will be able to be a referee, and that referee report will be published along with my name about what I think about the replication. The idea is to foster conversation rather than attack each other. And then so you have this journal. Now here's the really revolutionary idea. You search for a paper. Who's ever searched on PubMed for a paper in this room? Everyone's in the room search for a paper. What if we had a replication button, and you click the replication button, and all the relevant replication studies would be summarized by some very clever AI with the relevant paper, so you can click and check to see if the AI is hallucinated, and then that becomes the standard of whether you believe the idea or not. It won't be, am I published in New England Journal or wherever? That doesn't matter so much as have other people looked at my idea. If you click on the replication button and no one's looked at your idea, you're not going to believe it. Right? It's only when independent scientists check the results of others, that's when scientists really start to believe. Albert Einstein doesn't become Albert Einstein until Eddington does his study of the transit of Mars across the sun to test the general theory. Right? That is a fundamental aspect of how we think about truth in science, that independent replication. And yet somehow we've gotten to the point where you publish in a top journal and therefore what you publish is automatically true, when we all as scientists know that's not the case. That replication button is the very center of the second scientific revolution, right? And we're gonna put that on PubMed. And then third, and I promise I'll get out of professor mode after this. The third, we're introducing an Office of Meta Science that's going to start measuring scientists' productivity on more bases than just how many papers have you published and how influential you are. That's, by the way, that is how scientists' productivity is currently measured. How influential are you? How many citations do you have to your papers? And how many and how many papers you publish? If you think about it, not a single person alive, and certainly not no scientist, really believes that those are truly the true metrics by which scientists ought to be judged. It's like judging a baseball player based on how many home runs you hit on nothing else. Right? You can have 100, 200 strikeouts and you'd be a great baseball player because you happen to hit 30 home runs. Well, no, you probably hurt your team with 30 home runs and hundreds and hundreds of strikeouts. You need a broader base of metrics to judge scientific productivity. How often do you share your data with others on your published work? How often do you share your code, your tissue samples? How often are your papers subject to replication? All of these are like positive measures that encourage pro-social behavior by scientists. I think and the NIH is fully capable, we're going to do all three of those things. We're going to do all three of those steps. And if we do all three of those things, I anticipate a fundamental culture shift in science. It's going to take time. Culture shifts always take time, but it is the very base of the second scientific revolution.
Jay, would you like to also talk about the journal? The journal that you're going to create for replication?
Oh, one more time.
The journal that you're going to be creating for replication?
Yeah, so I'm still open to you're going to tell I don't even know the name for it because I'm bad at marketing. But I'm still open to suggestions for exactly how to get this to work. We're gonna probably run the journal out of the National Library of Medicine. As I said, the key ideas of the journal will be that there'll be minimal gatekeeping, right? If you have a replication study, you should be able to put it into the journal without having to go through 3 years of fighting referee number 3. But referee number 2, number 3, and 1 will still have their say, right? So it'll be referees, and those referee reports will be published alongside the papers, the replication papers, and they'll be attached to the original papers you're trying to replicate. That's the key thing about the journal, right? It's a pretty transformative, I think, approach to this replication because it's the key bottleneck. How do you get the journals to pay attention to replication studies? Well, the NIH can solve that problem.
Thanks, Jay. Do you have a sense around the time horizon it will take for replication as a concept to get to a level of maturity where there is strong adoption? Because what you want is a young scientist to view replication as novel and not as second-class work. So what does that time horizon look like?
I mean, that's a really tough question, Patrick. I mean, and it's one of these things where we're talking about a culture shift, right? I do think that some things can happen quickly, right? So the marker of success as a biomedical scientist in this country and many other countries is are you able to get an NIH grant? Are you able to win it for extramural research? Are you able to win an NIH grant? And if we start giving NIH grants to people who are good at replication, who think of clever ways to do replication at scale in cost-effective ways, to think of new methods for doing replication, new statistical methodologies and whatnot. I think, and we start to award scientists who do that with large grants. I think universities will start to promote them. They'll start to get academic honors that, at the same way that people who have novel discoveries in immunology get, or infectious disease get, or cancer get. That will happen. That can happen fairly quickly. The fundamental culture shift may take a little while, right? Because we're so used to the glamour of a published scientific peer-reviewed paper. Every single journalist I've ever talked with you say something about, well, I don't think this is right, and they'll throw back at you some horrible crap paper that's been peer reviewed and published as if it were definitive on the issue, even though you've identified a problem with the whole underlying sort of thinking around this, right, or whatever. The desire to say we need to have an authoritative source. All of remember the fact checkers and the censorship and the disinformation. Paul Thacker writes a great column called the Disinformation Chronicle at Substack. It's really fun to read. It's the whole structure is premised on the idea that there exists a few people, some gurus out there that can unerringly distinguish true from false for you. I'm just telling you, no such guru exists. I'm not the science, you guys, and I will never be the science. But I'm a scientist, and I can like argue with you or discuss with you and learn from you about ideas, and hopefully change my mind when I'm wrong, right? That's the ethos and the culture shift I want to bring about with this replication initiative, this second scientific revolution.
Excellent. Thank you, Jay. Now, one of the prerequisites that would facilitate that level of independent verification is the real-world data platform, something that was also mentioned in the MAHA strategy report that came out in September. Can you tell us, what is the real-world data platform? What has that journey been like? Where are we at in bringing that to life?
Well, I'm frustrated, Frank. Well, first before I talk about the frustration, I should talk about what it is and why I think it's so important. Okay, so the key to doing scientific work is getting good data, getting access to good data. Sometimes you generate the data yourself, right? So you conduct an experiment, you produce the data, and you have ownership over the data you produced, right? So you can write papers with it. Sometimes the data come from outside. Real-world data may include passively collected information that happens in the normal course of events. So for instance, when you go surf Facebook or Twitter or Instagram or whatever, they passively collect all of your interactions with the platform. They thoroughly analyze them, and they send you ads to make you click and buy, right? That's literally their business. They are using real-world data collected to solve a problem, which is how you make money off of people surfing the interwebs. So there's lots and lots of real-world questions that need data and analyze. Now, some questions you have to analyze using data collected by scientists. Randomized trials are a good example of that. Other questions, like when you approve a new drug, when it's used in real-world populations, does it have the same effect size as it was as found in the randomized trials? When it's used by populations in ways that are different than was envisioned in the randomized trial, does it actually have the same effect, right? In this country and elsewhere, drugs can be used off-label. A doctor can use a drug in a way that the FDA did not approve for it to be used. That's normal. But it's a legitimate question, is that drug being used off-label correctly being used? Is it helping patients or not? Very often, researchers can answer those questions using, again, passively collected data sets. But, and here's the frustration, it's often very difficult to get access to those data sets, those large-scale data sets. Now, before I get into the frustration, before I really launch into the frustration, let me say something that I think is really important around this. Patients have a right to their data being protected and private, an absolute right to that. And nothing I'm saying should convince you that I don't think that's the case. In fact, I fundamentally believe that that's the case. Right? Patients should be able to own their own data. They should have the right to say, no, I don't want my data passively used and collected in ways that are relatively, I think you can opt out of these social media companies using your data. But you got to read 50 paragraphs into some lawyerly document and then click weirdly phrased things, and then eventually you can opt. Have you tried to opt out of these? No, me neither. I got lost. They have all my data. So it should be much easier to opt out if you want that. And another thing that's really important about this, the research questions the scientists ask should come up from the public that we're analyzing, right? We scientists shouldn't be like anthropologists studying some baboon tribe, right? We're also humans, and we want people who have the problems that we want to help solve. We want people as partners in us in doing that. We're not studying from above, but we're studying with. And so that's a really important philosophy and part of this real-world data platform idea. But now finally the frustration. The access to those data are tightly controlled. The NIH, for instance, pays over and over and over again for the same data sets, and we often police what questions you're allowed to ask with those data sets. And it makes people who have other ideas about how the science works tremendously frustrated because they can't have access to the data sets that other people have to ask the question, to check the work. It's part of replication, of course, but also a part of allowing a whole range of hypotheses to flourish. I've heard this frustration, for instance, from the autism community, right? Well, the data sets that people are publishing with, how come we can't analyze them also ourselves, right? And I think so there's a policy challenge there. You see the policy challenge. How can we allow these passively collected data sets, like, electronic health records would be an example of it, be used and analyzed by scientists in ways that protect the legitimate privacy interests of the public? Right now, only a few people can get access to them. And they get to ask whatever questions they want, but there may be many, many other questions that are worth asking. And so that's the frustration, solving that, like actually having an honest conversation about how to solve that policy challenge, right? A conversation about how can we use these data to address real health problems, to essentially also to democratize science so that more people have access to the data so they can ask the questions they want, while at the same time protecting privacy rights of patients, protecting the rights of patients to make sure that the data are not used in ways that are malicious or can harm them.
But as an initial step, do you envision connecting just the federal data sets that you have access to and allowing for the general public or scientists to really access that data to come up with their own inferences?
I mean, I think that would be a great first step, right? So many questions. Like if you're interested in child health, now you can't answer every question with this, but if you're interested in child health, well, 70% of all children in this country are covered by Medicaid. And so through Medicaid, states collect a whole bunch of information about children. And it's very difficult for researchers to get access to those data sets to answer basic questions about child health. I mean, I thought as an NIH director when I first came in, I thought it would be just a trivial thing. We'll snap my fingers and it would just happen. And it's been incredibly challenging even inside the federal government to get that to happen. And again, it has to be happening in a way that protects patients' rights and protects patients' interests. But there's a real public interest and interest for parents to make sure to answer fundamental questions about diseases in childhood, the longitudinal questions you can ask with these kind of like even just federal data sets are like amazing, right? You can actually address a whole bunch of challenges, including some of the questions that we've talked about over the last several hours. And yet it's been very challenging to like get agreement. Sometimes you can get agreements, like the Autism Data Science Initiative is a good example of a success story on that front. Right? I went to Dr. Oz and told him about this opportunity, and he immediately said, yeah, let's do this. And so now, in a protected way, the Autism Data Science Initiative researchers can have access to the data sets for the purpose of answering what is the etiology of autism. And I'm hoping to start to see real answers to that. I mean, I'll clap as soon as I can say what the answer is, but that's another thing. But yeah, I think that's a success story. But I want that success story repeated on condition after condition after condition after condition, because there's so many diseases and conditions that we don't know the answer to. And I think getting a richer set of data available in the hands of more people with different ideas in ways where truth is determined by replication, that's the way forward. Again, with protecting patient privacy rights as sort of the number one priority there.
Jay, how do we take that example you mentioned, the autism data science, how do we put that on steroids where researchers from across the country could actually access it? You had mentioned like there is a lot of impedance with connecting these federal data sets. Is that impedance policy? Is it legacy? Is it infrastructure? Where is that impedance coming from?
I mean, it's a lot of it's all of the above, actually. I mean, but we're used to doing things a certain way, and it's really hard to change. Part of it is also economics. So forget about the federal data sets. Let's just talk about the private health data sets. You know, your private health data is often sold to other companies. There's relatively little regulation around health insurers getting access to private health data so they can do underwriting and all this other stuff, right? That's normal. But if you want researchers to get access to it, it's going to cost a lot of money. People, the health groups tend to view the data that they generate as a corporate secret, and so there's issues around that, right? So other countries, I mean, I'm frankly jealous of the Scandinavian countries' data set access, right? In part because they have a health system that encourages that's like integrated. I don't know that we want necessarily that. That's a whole other conversation. But the integration of the data is really, really important, and they allow researchers to ask fundamental questions. So as a result, a lot of the basic things that I learned about COVID came out of foreign research, right? Research out of Sweden, research out of Denmark, research out of Qatar of all places, research out of the UK, where researchers have had access to these data sets so they can ask questions like, is there such a thing as recovered immunity after COVID? The answer is yes. But that answer came out of data from other countries long before it came out of the United States. It's a real problem when the United States, which is made the biggest investments in biomedicine in the world, have been unable to, where these other countries are eating our lunch because we don't have access to the data sets that they have access to.
So if we actually let that movie play, replication's now a thing. We've got the real world data platform in place. Do you envision that scientists, the public, they can access and run their own analysis as to what the COVID vaccine effectiveness was, or what's the root causes of autism? Would NIH have to fund those initiatives for people to get access to those systems?
I mean, right now, the NIH funds people and they get access through that. We also make data sets available more broadly, so public use versions of the data sets more broadly for the public at large. I want to see more of the latter, right? I want to see more of the latter. People should be, I mean, this is one of the things that was really interesting during COVID. Like, everyone became a scientist overnight. And I saw some of my friends complain about that. They'd say, well, my friends, fellow professors at Stanford, complain, say, well, it's not, these guys don't know anything. How come they're just throwing noise in? But I actually was really heartened by that. I mean, there were ideas that came up, if you paid attention, out of this like a tremendous debate of people engaging with scientific matters related to COVID, where I learned new things that would have taken 100 years if I just paid attention just to my friends and had debates with my friends as Stanford professors. You probably heard this philosophy all day long, so you're probably bored of it, but I really do fundamentally believe this. Great ideas can come from anywhere. And we have to respect that possibility and have our policies and systems set up to allow the great ideas to overturn everything in how we think about things. Now, that doesn't mean that every idea I hear I'm going to agree with. I mean, most likely that's not the case. We have to have both the openness to new ideas as well as a high-fidelity mechanism of distinguishing true from false. And that's why this twin approach, allow lots and lots of ideas to be examined, to take risks with ideas, at the same time validate them with replication in a way that elevates replication as the standard of truth rather than publication in a top journal, which only a relatively few humans have access to.
So adjacent to data is AI, and I'm curious to get your comment on this. Just even in like the press release last week, it talked about, Jay, like you're pushing NIH into like the 21st century, and you're asking the institutes to really embrace breakthrough technology and AI. What do you envision the use of AI going to be? What's that going to change? We kind of talked earlier about fundamentally reconstructing the entire grant-making apparatus, but I would love for you to explain a little bit more on that.
Yeah, so I'm actually really quite enthusiastic about this. And actually, what I found across the NIH is that researchers across the NIH are also enthusiastic about this. It's not just ChatGPT and LLMs. It's not just that. In every stage of the research process, AI is in the business of like fundamentally transforming how we work. right? So everyone's heard of AlphaFold, right? This is the AI that can predict the protein folding. Not every protein, so we have big investments to like improve our knowledge of proteins that fold differently than that where AlphaFold doesn't do good predictions. But it solves it doesn't fully solve, but at least partly solves a problem that has been fundamentally held back drug discovery, disease pathogenesis, a whole host of like sort of basic science problems are solved by knowing how proteins fold. And these then lead to better, like treatments and cures that are fundamental to drug discovery. So we're gonna continue our investments in that. Taking the genetic code, right? So the Human Genome Project was this landmark achievement by my predecessor who led it, Francis Collins. I tremendous admiration for his ability to lead that because it took a real act of intellectual courage to say, look, we should do this. Right? The problem was like you have this massive code of the human genome, and we don't know what most of it does. What I've seen is that the AI investments we're making can potentially help annotate parts of the human genome in ways that were unimaginable before, speed up the process of that kind of annotation so that we have a deeper understanding of the genetic causes of disease and how the genetic causes of disease interact with environmental exposure. This whole field of exposomics relies in part on AI, where the environmental exposures that we all commonly face, which may be the cause of so many of our diseases and conditions, interact with our genetic disposition, right? So some people respond to the same environment and they have a very different response to, some people get sick and some people are just fine, right? This whole field of exposomics relies on AI fundamentally. I already talked about the replication button. Well, I mean, and I mentioned AI as a tool for doing some summaries of literatures. One thing that AI is really good at is like ingesting vast amounts of information and then trying to summarize it for you. If anyone's played with ChatGPT, you can see that, right? So, I mean, in field after field after field after field, I've seen tremendous promise. And I'm really glad to have the cover, the enthusiasm of the president and Michael Kratsios, who leads OSTP, on this. But I don't need that cover to get enthusiastic. I can just look at the scientific literature, see how it's being transformed by AI, how it's speeding up discovery, and also allowing us to check the discoveries to see if they're true. And I'm a big believer.
Great, thank you, Jay. I probably have just like one last question. We talked about the structure of NIH. It's a federation of 27 different institutes, semi-autonomous for the most part. There are deeply embedded orthodoxies. It's bureaucratic. So reform is not easy. From your vantage point, what are some of the limiting factors that is, again, impeding your progress that, if you could change, would really accelerate a lot of what you're trying to drive?
Well, so I'll just keep, you've heard all day long a lot of those initiatives. So let me talk about something we haven't really talked about a ton, which is breaking down barriers across the institutes. Jeff Taubenberger mentioned this with NIAID. A lot of the fights over what the right structure for the NIH ought to be are thinking about the organization as determining automatically the outcome. But I actually think it's mistaken. The real question is, given the organization that exists, does it facilitate collaboration across scientific areas that lead to fruitful discoveries and fruitful advances? So this is something I've been working at really hard to encourage collaboration across institutes. This is a perennial thing that the Office of Director normally would do, the Director of the NIH would do. But what I've seen, I've been really, really pleasantly surprised by, is that these cross NIH initiatives just pop up out of the institutes themselves, right? So we have something called the Whole Person Initiative that I learned about from several institute directors. One of them leads the National Eye Institute, right? So, and he and some folks, other folks from other different institutes, including the National Institute of Complementary Medicine and Integrative Health, they led this whole of NIH approach to this whole person health, where fundamentally the point is that we should not be thinking about each disease system at a time alone in isolation. You have to think about these in the context of all of the human being, right? You heard this in the context of the NIAID, right? So you don't just, of course, you still have to analyze the pathogen and the bug, but that has to be done in the context of who is it infecting, what are the immune responses to that bug. That person-centered approach is fundamental. It automatically ties together, no matter what the organization, the NIH, it ties together scientifically in this intellectual endeavor of how to make people healthier. And it's been really, really heartening to see the NIH from up close and personal, to see that kind of scientific collaboration happen. There are still institutional barriers to this. I'm still trying to learn about them and break them down. But I think the spirit is there to make that happen.
Jay, thank you very much. Do you have any final thoughts, remarks for the day?
First of all, thank you for staying all day long. I went on Professor Mode way too many times, but I want to just finish with, I hope you got to see some of the amazing people that are leading the change in the NIH. And you guys have clapped for me all day. Please, can you clap for them? The NIH it's not just Tony. It's not an institute that's all Tony Fauci's with deep state people. That's just not right. What it is a whole bunch of people that if you give them the task of making America healthy again, they're brilliant scientists, brilliant people who will take that task up wholeheartedly. If you allow them the open space to speak their minds and give them academic freedom, they'll do that. The NIH is really truly a special place, and to me, it's the heart of how we can act, because it's the way we develop the scientific ideas to make America healthy again. It's a fundamental part of the Make America Healthy Again movement, and I'm grateful to the MAHA Institute for organizing this session, because it's been frustrating, because I'll give speeches or I'll give like little interviews and like snippets will come out. To be able to say this in such a long form way has been a true privilege, and I'm really grateful to each and every one of you that came. I'm sorry, I hope I got to meet with most of you, but if I hadn't, I apologize. But I'm really truly grateful for your interest in the NIH, for the reforms that we're doing, and for your continued support. And if you see me doing something you think is wrong, or you have a better idea, let me know. I'm open.
Thank you, everyone. As we bring this day to a close, I want to zoom out and just reflect on the day that we've had and what that really means. This gathering has been about truth, it's been about humility, and it's been about trust. Because for far too long, we've been cut out of the very public health systems that are meant to serve us. They've demanded our trust. They've demanded that we comply without being heard. And they demand that we accept without seeing the data behind it. But today marks a turning point. What we have witnessed here today is a wave of transparency. It is a recommitment of science, a science that invites scrutiny, a science that welcomes reproducibility and replication. So to the leadership of NIH, I want to say this clearly, and I trust that I'm representing everyone here. You are not alone. There are millions and millions of Americans behind you, supporting you, championing you, and to want to see your success. They're not looking for perfection. They're looking for honesty. They want to be seen as your partners, not as subjects. And they want you to remember that when you look at your data sets, they represent real human lives. And for those of us in the room and the thousands watching, here's our call to action. Stay engaged. Ask the difficult questions. Demand open data. And speak up for gold standard science in your communities and in your state houses. Because that's how we win back trust. It's not won back in silence, but it's won by participation. And if we can work together, the history will look back at today as not just a mere roundtable, but history will look back as a beginning of a reclamation of science, a reclamation of truth, and a reclamation of our health. This is how we make America healthy again. Thank you.